Spacey ship. Spacey ship.
You know, I'm not sure if you know this, Jim Basco, but it is extraordinarily hot right now. Basically, everywhere across the globe, there's heat waves, massive crazy temperatures, so why not stay inside and play some Valorant? It's the NSG Summer Champs after all. My name is Ito, and of course, I'm joined by Jim Basco, and hey, we're here to go ahead and try to crown another champ for one of our
Yeah.
NSG Opens. We have some pretty sick teams to go ahead and start us off in this round of 8, or round of 16, excuse me. And Jimbasco, what are you thinking about this?
Really stacked, actually. A lot of these matches are great across the board. Let's go ahead and take a look at the teams participating. We're going to be, we are privileged tonight to start off with TSM Academy versus Zero Marksman Black. Two teams I'm sure you're familiar with, and two teams obviously we're very familiar with, right, Etho? Huge credibility, huge history between these two squads, and of course lots of respectable names across the board, but this is really the highlight in the marquee match. But like you mentioned, stacked up and down, left and right. We've got so many notable teams. It's going to be great regardless. So it was hard to choose this one, but I'm glad we're here. Of course, Zero Marksman Black with a different roster than the last time these two teams met up, which was, I want to say, like April or something, a couple months ago. I was looking at it on VLR a second ago. But nonetheless, it's going to be a great matchup, right? Lots of tier 1 talent here, and I don't mean that in terms of actual where they play on teams, but really mechanically, a lot of these players are just gifted.
Yeah, no, 100%. These are teams that play a good amount as well. Almost every single week for these NSG Opens, you're going to be finding TSM playing in these, trying to grind them out, improve their map pool. And speaking of which, we have our map pool for this upcoming series as well. And it feels like they have an incredibly deep pool at that. They're going to be starting off on Icebox, moving to Ascent. And I believe map 3 is actually going to come out as Breeze, which is something that, to make a quick pivot, has actually been a bit problematic for TSM Academy rather. They lost it just yesterday to qualify for this point.
Interesting. It's an interesting piece of context that adds a lot of flavor to this matchup, right? And especially for TSM, they're probably looking at that map, having done probably a great amount of VOD review in between, and being like, okay, what the heck happened, and how can we make it not happen again? Because if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't even against a team that was particularly notable, right? It was kind of like a out of the blue situation.
Right, yeah, it was team ambition shattered. Now, look, I mean, full props to them. This is exactly the sort of place where you want to get your reps in, and again, TSM is no stranger to that. ZMM, equally as experienced as well. Some of these players have been on organizations like BBG in the past, and obviously the side of TSM Academy are fully salaried as well. They have to continue to go ahead and try to make it deep in these tournaments, and they've done a pretty good job of that. Haven't quite yet won one of these NSG Opens, I believe, but have gone pretty deep every single time. And I mean, I guess now's the time to ask, do you think this is going to be the week that they finally get it done? Or will they be stopping here in the round of 16?
Right. There's a lot riding for them, and I think for both of these teams there's pressure, right? When you look at the squad of Zero Marksman Black especially, and the players that are on it too, a lot of these players have a lot to prove. They've been simmering for a long time, right? Of course, even a lot of them even having breached into the tier 1 scene, into the professional. Obviously we're talking about Boy and others, but this is a roster that is bubbling, like is at the brink of doing something amazing. I'm talking about Zero Marksman Black specifically, and TSM Academy now, they're kind of in the situation here that their performances have been great overall. Of course, this is a fantastic team, you know what I mean? That goes without saying. But will they match up against Zero Marksman Black here? There's just like a lot happening for TSM as well. When you look at the match that they lost yesterday on Breeze, they have that obviously in the back of their heads. Of course, They also have the pressure of being on TSM. Just with the name comes so much more. And so, I don't know, there's a lot riding for both these teams. I'm really excited that this is our first match of the day, and we're on Icebox. You got to look at the compositions there, and we're heading into the map. So, thoughts on comms, Ito? What do you think we got here?
Well, immediately, I just also want to point out that this is a completely different, well, not completely different, but a slightly different roster than what we saw yesterday ZMM running. They have Hoppin in instead of Critical, which is a hell of a pivot to make, right? They occupy what seems like similar roles so far. Critical played Chamber yesterday, and Hoppin is picking up that role. But overall, I don't really think there's any surprises for me other than the fact that there's a lack of a Sova in general on the ZMM side. Sova, I mean, I'd argue this is probably one of his best maps. So much that you can do on your default, kind of break it out, clear it out with a recon, and now you're going to have to go ahead and get that done with a Fade, who's no slouch either.
Yeah, I really love the versatility that Fade allows you on this map. We've been talking about it for weeks at this point. once you learn those lineups, once you learn the locations, Fade becomes so versatile. But now Sim taking the action to the A site, top of 410. The attacking side are able to open it up and get the wall down, allowing them to get a plant while Bjor is stuck on site. Drop down to just 12 HP. They're trying to deal with this wall, and so they're able to break it. As Sim from a distance, TSM Academy playing this post-plant situation well. They're in a 5v4. They've got the advantage. Harmful finds another one. That's 2 on the round with that headhunter. Sci-Fi. Nade to buy some space. It's a 3v5. Wow. Rebo in a great spot. Timing in the smoke as Boy finds one, and Sci-Fi connects for 2. Sim shuts it down from the top, and TSM Academy locked down the first round.
That was a great post plant from them as well. Immediately, obviously, they got the wall down. When you have a Sage wall on pistol, it's very difficult to break that and contest the plant early. But in addition to that, TSM Academy's sort of setup was kind of, I guess, giving off the impression that they would be playing post plant lineups, right? But they didn't exactly have that fully, right? Sure, they had a couple of people in the backline, but they also had a Rebo up close, staying right close to the wall where he planted, and he was able to go ahead and get a very massive kill onto Bjor and ultimately give them the round as well. But I think Rebo is actually my low-key hero in that one.
Yeah, the timing in the smoke was really nice. You love to see it, especially in an enemy smoke, right? So
yeah,
use their own weapons against them. Venture now clearing out the way towards the B site. TSM Academy do have their lurker just hanging out on A. Hop and going for the peak, needs to get on out of there and is able to do so just in time as Zero Marksman Black stack up 4 onto the B site. TSM Academy rather are trying to get on, and they find one.
The read is right. All 5 members of ZMM are here. Really, it kind of feels like a weaponry difference at the moment. ZK is able to clean up a couple, and I think that's relatively more notable than normal because ZK only now 3 pips away from being able to get that Viper's Pit online. And considering this is a perfect comp for TSM, again, to play post plants, that's going to be really important for them, for XX.
I'm excited to see what this next round looks like, though, for sure. Zero Marksman Black, like you mentioned, had the read. Just didn't work out. Weaponry difference, it felt like, it looked like. But this is the round that'll really dictate it. Of course, TSM Academy on a bonus here, working with less than ideal buys, but leaving them with just enough money to buy fully in the next round should this one go terribly. So taking their offense over towards A. Boy opening things up with an aggressive peek from the headshot angle, finds one down on the chamber, dealing with someone who's been doing a lot of damage in the past couple of rounds. So Zero Marksman Black setting themselves up for potential success here. 5v4, TSM Academy slowing down the attack here.
Slowing down, but they're still probably going to be able to get this plant down. So they still have a winning chance. Again, I was talking about it just a couple of minutes ago, but again, this is a great plant for them if they get the spike down, and that's exactly the kind of win condition that they've opened up. They're losing players left and right, though. They need to go ahead and try to maintain these numbers in this 3 versus 5. Hoppin, however, has something to say about it. He's going to be able to grab one. That's some mollies down. Sim, he's not going to be able to use his nades in this post plant either. And it all comes down to Venture alone versus 3, or versus 4, excuse me, and he's just completely overwhelmed. Didn't even get the chance to throw a shock dart at the spike, much less actually get a kill.
Yeah, and you know,
easy
KO
round.
doing the negation job well, shutting down that post plant completely, so had no chance. So you love to see it. Great util use from Zero Marksman Black. They ended that one confidently. They it was important for them to not lose a lot of people in that round as well, because you want to keep your weapons. Of course, the one person that did die, you see Boy kind of crippled on the money. He's missing half his shields, and of course is completely broke, but not that much of a deficit. Here is where the real game begins. So I'm getting those like nervous chills now. You know, if you're in comp, you know, both teams have full weapons and armor. We got some ults on both sides. Of course, we've got the null command from the KO on the defense, and the Sage on the attack has a res. Yep. So let's see how this one plays out, man.
More of a passive default than what TSM have been doing so far. Poking, prodding outside B, up with a drone. This is all but standard. Much to note. There is also a Prowler going out through mid. I'm wondering if ZMM... Yeah, look at that. That's actually going to be a great info read from them. They have all players already here over towards B. Fantastic read from them. This execute, excuse me. Begins. That we're going to see something a little bit more scrappy.
Yeah, ZMM Black, they're moving up. They're trying to take space, but they're not expecting Rebo in the close corner. Finding one, shutting down that null command, but Sci-Fi around yellow finds one. The nade finds two, and Hoppin connects for three. Beautifully done on the defense. It's 3-on-2 here. The defense has the advantage, has the spike, and Harmful is going to go down, leaving ZK just down to 2 HP as Foe finds another one and ties the game up. It's 2-2. And with a pretty strong round there, Zero Marksman Black send TSM Academy onto an eco.
It's a pretty gorgeous round. Great read from them. I'm not sure exactly who's calling the shots on ZMM. I had to guess it's Boy. He's been doing that in the past for his teams. But whatever it was, popping the null command as well to kind of stifle any actual execute attempt was huge. It basically kind of left them dead in the water. They weren't even able to get close to the site to plant. And again, ZMM having all 5 players at the ready by the time they're walking to site is something that you can only dream of, and they're able to get it done. Now it's going to be low money for TSM Academy, however, and I don't have the highest expectations, but again, if they get post-plant, they have a chance. Sci-Fi, though, yeah, he's going to stop them before they even get there.
Just the last bullet of that spray connects. You hate to see it. You love to be on the,
receiving end.
You love to be the person doing it. Yeah, you hate to be the person on the receiving end.
Yeah,
But exactly, TSM Academy on an eco here. They're just kind of slowing it down. Of course, with sheriffs in hand, they're just looking for picks. If anyone reveals their domes, then hopefully TSM Academy can find them. Zero Marksman Black, though, with a pick and a 5v4, they're on defense. They're just kind of hanging out and waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, not the most inspired thing in the world, but you don't have a ton of opportunities right now. Probably going to try to wait out this hack. Again, go for the wall, go for the plant. That feels about the extent of what they can realistically get done here. The crunch is going to begin soon. Once again, ZMM with a great read on where this is going to be finishing up. Kills aren't in their favor. They lose 2.
That's really nice, getting these corners.
3.
Wow, util usage 2, finding 3. Rebo goes for the res here, and the Viper's Pit is deployed.
Boy has
Suddenly
a chance.
Extremely doable. Yeah, Boy, close quarters, goes for the spray. Rebo tucks into the corner, leaving Bjor in a 1v4. How does he play this around the Viper's Pit? Going wide here. Entering by Generator, finds one, dips back out, finds a second almost as Sim shuts him down in a 3v1. TSM Academy, really nicely done, and they win a Thrifty.
Yeah, that's the power of being able to play patient, slow things down. They were down 4v5 there and yet still convert the round in their favor. And kind of like you touched on, right? Just a couple of heads went in their favor here. That peak from Foe, excuse me, ended up being a complete and utter disaster, because at that point you don't want to leave the kill untraded, but trying to trade actually ended up not going in your favor either. TSM Academy, kind of before they knew it, had a util combo in their favor as well as 2 kills, and at that point it's extremely rough to be able to drag it back. They gave it the old college try, but wasn't enough. ZMM gotta be on the back foot here, giving it another go. They have a couple of ults in their favor, including that tour de force. Meanwhile, though, Sim is actually going in. Beautiful movement. Finds himself that first kill. Doesn't have anybody to trade him out, but he doesn't need your help. He's going to be able to find another here.
Great stuff from Sim. That's an entry if I've seen one. Close quarters with that showstopper, but he makes it work and finds a second for his trouble. Is beautifully done. TSM Academy now equalized by Bjor from the top rope, deploying the Viper's Pit. Yeah, this is a 3-man hit squad on the back of the A site from Zero Marksman Black, as TSM Academy now have to close the gap and try to make something happen here. Venture lining up shock darts, connecting onto something, and Jenny, I think it might have just ran through as ZK, top of nest, finds 2, stops the defuse, and now leaving Foe in a 1v3. ZK with a beautiful move across the map, finds 3 and shuts it down. TSM Academy 4-2.
It was a beautiful little micro moment from Hoppin. They're trying to defuse by going slightly on the rope, just kind of sticking there the entire time. It makes it so those snake bites aren't fully as effective, right? They don't even hit you if you're not on the floor. But then the scan that came through from Venture was enough to win them the round here. If they didn't have that, Hoppin would have gotten away with the defuse 100%. You saw it on your screen. It was 2 kills revealed immediately for ZK in the round going in their favor. This time around, I can imagine TSM Academy probably want to keep this same pace as usual, as 3 players from ZMM look to be pushing into an aggressive position. This is a round where the ultimate orb is, and I'm wondering if they stick here for the time being.
Let's see how they play this. TSM Academy slowing it down a lot. They know Zero Marksman Black are probably going to get antsy, right? After losing past 2 rounds, they're going to want to try to do something aggressive, make a play, try to take control of the game. TSM Academy with a great read here, going a way slower than Zero Marksman Black were potentially expecting. Playing around yellow, though, Sim is able to get to the far side, and ZK close. They clear it out, 2 down, and the B site is clear with the wall being deployed. They're able to get the spike down.
Oy, doesn't even feel like there's all too much to say here. This was a full rifle round, but considering how easy these kills are flooding in, be able to believe it. It's not quite done yet, though. Let's give this 2v4 a chance. Now a 2v3. Always able to find his. Okay, quickly trading out the one on Defoe as well, and more than likely at this point that we see a 5th going to wave TSM Academy. And, I mean, as lame as it is, and obviously it's the timing on that last kill, but I think that round was not done and dusted, but already the nail was being driven in. Once he saw that setup over towards the yellow box being completely and utter demolished. Great first shot by Sim, but again, it felt a little bit uninspired of a defensive setup. There wasn't really any kind of plan B if things were to go wrong, and it was a contact play all the way up towards B, and that's it.
Yeah, it seemed like they were lacking some info, and when they did receive first contact, when they saw Sim wide swing on that yellow box, it was kind of like a panicky response. And so,
He was out of position,
great moment
clearly.
to take a timeout. Yeah, exactly. Something was miscommunicated. Something was happening. We're not really sure what. Great call. Great moment to take a timeout here and just be like, okay, what the heck was actually happening there? Let's figure it out. Hopefully they can rebound, because still doable. They're only losing by 3 at this point. Zero Marksman Black at 2. TSM Academy should be at 5, if I'm remembering this correctly. So still an opportunity. Maybe you end the half at 7-5. Maybe TSM Academy take it all the way and take it to 10-2 at the half. Who knows? These are all things, potentially
All
possible.
questions
So,
asked. All right.
all questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's been again, just kind of a rough setup for ZMM, but plenty of time. Like you mentioned, that tactical pause is going to be great for them. I don't have any more cliff notes other than what I just mentioned as well. It feels like the individual skill, is certainly there. I feel like an operator would also be a great fit for them. If they're able to get that on hand, I think it would punish a lot of those contact peaks, that TSM Academy have been relying on for a little while. Speaking of approaches, how's a new one for you? Mid-play. Presumably to finish up over towards B, but mind you, that spike isn't there. And again, the contact play, this time up through pipe, is going to do them good for a huge kill. That's onto their smokes player.
That's tough, too, because of this chamber, there's multiple places you can obviously put that chamber trip itself. And so a popular location, generally in kitchen. This time, not available. Sim finds one, hop and returns. That's going to be great. He's able to get the weapon here. And in a 3v4, makes it doable. With a showstopper on the side of Zero Marksman Black, as well as the Fade ulti, things could go well for them. They could not, as TSM Academy gets onto the B site now, gets the wall down, gets the plant down, and are ready to play the post plant here.
A few things that they can work with here in the way of ultimates, Nightfall as well as a showstopper. Pretty lethal combo as well. Could probably go ahead and get them in over towards yellow box, but that's not even where a majority of their setup is located. Their post plant setup, There it is, though. He tossing out the Nightfall, and there is the showstopper right behind it. Not even going to be able to stay alive after it's thrown, and at this point, it's become impossible. TSM win it out in a very costly round for ZMM at that. To break down where that went wrong, again, it just kind of feels like some early peaks and general miscoordination.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. Of course, we don't have the read into their minds, but as an outsider, I completely agree. There was a great pick. It was equalized for a moment. It was a 3-on-3. It was like real for just half a second. And then shortly after, Rebo finds one off the back of yellow, shuts it down, and then with the Raze ulti, great that Sim finds one, but goes down in the process, makes it so tough in a 1v3 or a 1v2 or whatever the remaining situation was there, as Harmful tries to run it through mid yet again, but Foe this time is keen to it and will not have any of that. As Boy ready to support, coming through to the backup. They're able to find one, and Zero Marksman Black now with 4 people and maybe 5 here.
Wow.
As Bjor shuts him down mid-air. Great shot. Still will go down, but here TSM Academy deploying the Viper's Pit. They're getting the spike down as well, and Boy trying to deny that for as long as possible. Wasn't able to. Spike does go down, and now TSM Academy in a 3v4. Playing inside the Viper's Pit. Things are about to get intense here.
Wall shattering, great flash outside. ZK not blinded. In fact, he's going to be able to double up, not quite the triple that they're looking for. It all falls on Boy. in this post-plant situation. Clinging on desperately to the last piece of wall still remaining. He can isolate his fight from it, and he'll win them both. ZMM go up 3.
Let's go. Beautiful. I'm not vouching for either of these teams. I promise you this. But that was sick. You got to give it to him. Using the just singular piece of Sage Wall that was remaining. He's able to tuck in, find one, and find the second. That, you know, it's tempting to want to lock in your spray and try to control the recoil, especially for the final kill. But boy, control, you know, just resorted to tapping. He was like, pat, 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 pat. Kept it controlled and got it. That was beautiful. Zero Marksman Black, 3-6. There's an opportunity here. Maybe we equalize. Maybe we go all the way. And maybe we get a 6-6 half.
Oh, it's not looking the most likely right now. Still, the money is rough around the edges for ZMM. They only survived with 1 player after all. This is probably going to be their biggest test of the half so far, and obviously we're reaching kind of the dying embers of it. Great early peek from Hoppin. Now you can't let greed consume you. Tossing out a Prowler to clear out the close area, and thank God they did that. Foe was able to cross a harmful waiting line to try to go ahead and grab that Opper. Resurrection will come through regardless. Bit of body blocking in over towards B. A little bit crazy in the TSM Academy camp, but they find themselves once again even after expending the Resurrection.
Yeah, even. No ultis to sway the vote either way. However, Zero Marksman Black, they have 4 towards the B side. So a lot of presence created from TSM Academy, but not checking the corners. It's not. Oh my God, Foe! How unfortunate there. Thinks he finishes the kill. Of course, we've all been in that situation as Sim is able to turn around, get the headshot now. Posted under rafters, eyes locked onto screen. Sim in a great spot, finds the shots. Tries to throw out the satchel and throw a wrench into things, but he's not able to do it. TSM Academy now in a 3v1. Zero Marksman Black dwindled down to just Bior. And from the top rope, Rebo gives Bior a taste of his own medicine. Shuts it down. TSM Academy 7-3.
Oof. Went horribly wrong there. Sci-Fi, or excuse me, Sim rather, had some wonderful off-angle action there. Sure, he only got 1 from that angle in the end, but it was enough to grab such a vital kill. Forced Hoppin to, I mean, trade the kill, obviously, and it ended up just being a bit sour of an angle where he could be traded out from there. Really, it was just a game of trades that ended up going the way of ZMM when it comes to the post-plan itself. And hey, TSM are able to run away with a round as a result.
Good stuff overall. Sim close quarters. Bior gets the better of him with 5 HP.
So aggressive. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say there's no way he makes it out and Venture makes that prophecy come true. Yeah. Tucked in the corner. This could be a problem. Sci-Fi not detected. However, CSM Academy not gonna bite the bait. They're gonna back all the way up. They've got their Viper posted up, watching mid as well from spawn. So they're safe for the time being. Hunter's Fury deployed.
Wait a second. Look who's pushing up outside B.
Yeah, it cancels it. He was keen to some sort of noise here. Venture not actually keen to anything. As Sci-Fi pushes up, finds 2, throws the nade, and backs on out of there on the defense in a 4v2. Hoppin nailed down middle. Harmful. Making this possible yet again. 45 seconds left on the clock.
Sci-Fi has given them a chance, though. That push-up was huge. This is a round where money is extremely low for ZMM. They still really don't have a ton of business winning this on paper, but boys look in the wrong direction, and TSM right back into an even state. Only 1 gun, I believe, on the hand. I'm not sure what the enemy Fate or the blue Fate is working with here, but I mean, hey, go ahead and make that potential pistol in your hand work. Otherwise, they're going to be relying heavily on Sci-Fi. Free kill from Harmful. Again, it's all down into the man who made this round possible in the first place. Can he finish the job?
Oh, spotted. Harmful. Top rafters. Sci-Fi now needs to find the Sage. Where is Rebo playing? Sci-Fi has 1 bit of information, 50% of the equation. He's got a satchel in hand, and he's got a Phantom. Spike is planted on top nest. Spots it out. Harmful, though, with the angle. 4 on the round. Shuts it down yet again. TSM Academy, 8 rounds in this half to Zero Marksman Black's 3.
We still have only 1 remaining before the sides are swapped, excuse me. But that made that round possible again from Sci-Fi was the push up towards B. Completely conceding their space like that, TSM was, I'd say, a little bit foolish. You know, hindsight being 20/20 and all, but, you know, they got a kill there. Didn't see anybody else with a quick drone peek, but they left one area. completely and totally unexposed. And Venture, although he canceled his ultimate when he realized the potential of someone pushing B, I don't think he actually committed to the idea of it. Still though, only matters so much. TSM were able to finish out the round here. Hoppin, as we move into this next one, gonna go ahead and harbor a lot of the hopes of his team on this tour de force.
Oh, spotted out, but Hoppin is able to get it. What an awkward corner, dude. Holy, I swear Hoppin was going to go down, but Sim, you know, unfortunately,
because of EP.
Yeah, gets the shorter end of the stick there. ZK now working his way up towards the B site here. Poison is deployed, just trying to clear that close angle onto yellow. TSM Academy taking it slow. They are ebbing and flowing on this push. Really taking their time here. Zero Marks in Black, not sure if they've committed or not. There's just a lot of stuff here, but yeah, with the recon, they're gonna send 2 more over as Bjor with the spray connects. What is that, man? As Harmful trades back. TSM Academy in a 3-on-4. They're looking to get spike planted.
Caught unawares is Harmful at mid lurk. Not quite working out in their favor. Timing was a little bit ill-fated in CMM. Surely you're gonna be able to clean up as a result. Only 1 player left standing. It will be Venture. Divides his first kill, but now everybody on the side of this server knows exactly where he's located. Unlucky peek actually grants him a second one as well, but time is starting to not be in his favor, and CMM will be able to win that one out. But talk about a couple of weird errors from TSM Academy, excuse me. It wasn't perfect, but again, although ZMM didn't exactly have a full read on exactly what TSM were planning, they were able to counter almost perfectly.
Yeah, it was
mid-lurk punish,
pretty weird. Yeah, but Zero Marks in Black find a 4th round. Not the 9-3 curse, but 8-4 is certainly doable. You know, you win the pistol round, you win the round right after, suddenly 8-6. So not as far out of reach as it may feel. Zero Marksman Black now on the attack. Maybe with their fade here, I feel like personally the fade is a bit more of an aggressive option, especially paired with the KO. Maybe they'll have more success on this attack. And so now they've got to prove it. Opting for what looks like a mid push here. Opening huge sci-fi with a great headshot on the boiler.
Yeah, it's a cute little idea, right? Swinging the player boiler, and if you find a head there, hopefully one of the 3 people going full firing range on it will be able to actually find the elimination. And yeah, it worked out. Dart aggro as well, I feel like should have worked out in TSM's favor, but DMM were just a bit quicker to the draw. We'll talk a little bit more about it later, how this has gone wrong so early, because TSM, they're here to answer. Venture gets his first, traded out. Now it's up to Rebo to hold the yellow box alone. He's having a pretty good time at it, dancing around the box. Comes down onto him alone. He finds the first. Spike is in his favor, man.
No. Rebo in a 1v1 with a burst fire and a great shot from the left click. Now, with Bjor finding the shots he needed to, Zero Marksman Black opened that up in a thunderous way. And then it got so close. That was such a roller coaster of a round, but finally they shut it down. Take 5 and have an opportunity now to take a 6th and make it a 2-round game.
Yeah, not the cleanest in the world, but ZMM will certainly take it. A pistol in their favor means they're a round closer, being able to even up this round deficit. And again, they had some really cute ideas at the beginning of it. I really kind of like the 3 people peeking boiler off the start of a round, because that kill is going to be instant. Can always work out, but throw it in every now and then. And I also agree with what you said about this fade prior. I mean, think about some of the angles that you can clear out a lot easier when you have those prowlers in tow. That exactly is also what ZMM seem to be agreeing with. Almost actually, yeah, all their players grouped up around A and be their final destination as well.
TSM Academy taking a bit of damage here. Zero Marksman Black, though, playing it slow. They don't want to get caught off guard by shorties. They don't want to get frenzied from the top of screens. There's a lot of horror films, you know, like made about the subject. So they're taking it slow as Harmful gets shut down on the top of rafters. Sci-Fi good for 2. Spray connects through the smoke. He's looking at Yoru's coffin for some reason. Foe and Bjor, though, connect for 2 more. TSM Academy left at just 1.
Yeah, and that's where the strengths of being able to use a fade on offense like that are going to come into play. Good clear as well. I mean, they really left no stones unturned in that situation. They had a snake bite to go ahead and clear out that closed cubby on the right side of the site. I think basically the only thing that was left kind of a little bit dubious was rafters. You know, if there's someone sitting like way in the back of the site, maybe they could have peeked out and gotten a kill. Perhaps it's something that Hoppin will be using later on, right? Go for an aggro peek outside and maybe get away with it. But that Prowler does a lot of work on A. As for now, though, ZMM actually want to go ahead and explore mid a little bit. See what's going on over there.
Trying new things. They're experimenting. Popping the recon dart.
Flashes
Sneaking the smoke. Yeah. Pop flash through. No, connects on nobody because nobody's here.
Oh, look at this double stack.
Another pop flash connects top screen. Oh, Rebo with a collat finds 3 in a row as Hoppin trades him back, though the round is instantly over.
I mean, it's got to be at this point. Pure will try to drag it back to the realm of possibility, but man, talk about an impossible task. Person waiting by rafters, that being harmful. Gonna be easily able to clean up that kill. And I mean, yeah, right. I mean, you look at the kill feed, and I feel like the answer is there. 3K from Rebo. I think the first 2 were found by him being blinded. That was a great KO flash. It got them in, forced ZK off of that top angle. That otherwise was a really solid setup by TSM Academy, though, right? Fully aware for the mid crunch like that, they were going to have a high-low ready, but even though they got flashed, Rebo still found 3. And sometimes that just happens. That's Valorant, baby.
It's great stuff. Like you mentioned, they were ready for the high-low, and even when the flash came through, the noise of ZK dropping off the top screen obviously is great info for you to push forward in TSM Academy. Definitely feeling themselves after that round, playing a little aggressive here, and it pays off for them as the Rays on the side of TSM Academy finds one quick in B lane and backs off that as Hoppin, their presence is detected. You know, they just broke that trip there. So Zero Marksman Black kind of pickle here. They're getting surrounded for sure. It's Sim now working his way into window. Hoppin passes through, finds 1. Sim with a peek here. Satchel to help out Venture. Beautifully done. Connect for 2 more. And TSM Academy are flawless in this round so far. And they're looking to shut it down unless Boy has something to say about it.
Yeah, you can tell TSM are certainly kind of doing this whole defensive thing a little bit better than ZMM were at points. Having that tripwire waiting inside of kitchen. I mean, think about how many times TSM alone abused that on the attack side when there's nothing there to really punish a walk-up. All your walk-ups will be punished. Sim finds a final kill, triple in the round, getting eerily close to that showstopper. As TSM move on to double digits, it feels like ZMM, sure, maybe they haven't run out of answers, but they have run out of money. They don't have a lot to work with whatsoever. And I think this would be a great time for them. Maybe, if not this, yeah, I was going to say, call attack. Gotta go ahead and think things through. Although maybe you're not going to get a ton done on this round, the round next, where you have rifles in tow, this is probably going to be your last chance to get into this map as a whole, really.
Yep.
Runs through your head.
Definitely agree. It's key, man. And I think key also to just remember it's a series, you know.
Right.
Think about long term. You might be getting frustrated right now. It's a close game. But don't let it get in your head. You know, I'm glad they're taking the moment here, like you mentioned, just to recoup, because we've been seeing such great showings from both of these teams. You know, either side could win this, but which one can do it consecutive rounds in a row to close out this map is really going to be key. And Zero Marksman Black, even though they're in the deficit, I think it's possible. They seemed good. Definitely looked strong, but TSM Academy definitely riding some momentum here. So timeout's also good for that. You know, breaking your enemy's momentum if they've got some stacked up against you. Take a breather and just like reset. They're human too. They're not gods. We can knock them down.
Yeah, I gotta say though, that might not be exactly the full momentum shift that they're looking for. Again, this is going to be a very tough ask considering the arsenal that they're working with. Harmful getting aggressive with this peak as well. He's not going to get punished for it. Let's be real here. We're talking about Chamber. He TP's out at any time, and think about the info that he's gotten. Spotting at least 2 people. Look how this setup now pivots for TSM Academy. 3 people at the ready with a 4th on the way. ZMM, this is going to be a tall task. They seem up to the challenge.
Yeah, that was awesome. Sci-Fi close range with the Deagle. Boy follows it up, though. Trading it back. ZMM in a 4v3. Maybe they're able to pick up weapons. Hopping though, good for 2 with the Headhunter down to just 5 HP. Zero Marksman Black in a 4v2. TSM Academy obviously have the weapon advantage here, but as the null command comes out, they shut down all the util. And for Sova and Viper, that's That's the whole character, man. And so ZK working his way up out top rafter. Spotted by Boy, but he's gonna go down. Traded for one by Foe. Now Venture left in 1v3. Recon out. Not gonna clear anything. Destroyed immediately. And on the close right, the shot comes through. He's able to TP out and Bjor. Beautifully done. It's a thrifty round. That's exactly what they needed.
Incredibly important shots being hit there too. Hoppin', I mean, kind of undeniably has to be one of the heroes of that round, but also big shouts to Foe as well. That's not an easy shot to hit, kind of corner to corner of the map. But I think it all started with Boy, Hoppin', who I think was sitting on top of pipes at that time in order to find the first headhunter kill. That allowed them the entry, but then they just kind of sat on the site itself without actually planting, and that forced a lot of unnecessary pressure. TSM kind of felt the need to move, kind of retake some space, reclaim it, and ZMM hit the shots to match. That is an incredibly pivotal round for them. Also immensely difficult. The fact that they got that in their favor, now that's the momentum shift that you're talking about. They have the guns in favor, they have plenty of ults to work with, and they're going to go right back towards A, which has been such a good destination for them. They have the util to match.
Zero Marksman Black have to be aware, though. TSM Academy working with an operator. They've got to know he's got one, and he finds one, but Harmful gets greedy, it seems like, and Boy able to shut him down and trade out the kill. Key there in a 4v4, the Showstoppers deployed to bottom of Rafter, and it's not going to connect as 3 members of TSM Academy now coming up the staircase, and the 4th wrapping through screens.
Plenty of time. Sci-Fi is going to be in a very, very important position right now. How do you navigate this Viper's Pit? Immediately should be on your mind right now, and eventually you're just going to have to drop into the fray. Go ahead and take some fights that maybe you don't want to. Sci-Fi in a perfect role will be at the ready for this, but on the site itself, Venture goes flying above, ZK finds one, and then the kill feed just becomes stained with red. Venture drops into the pit, becomes the next victim of it all. ZMM, they move towards 8. Boy finding 3 there, but once again, the Viper's Pit is so hard to navigate over towards A. And pinpointing exactly where that went wrong is also going to be an incredibly difficult task, too. I think if I had to choose one, it was Harmful kind of overstaying his welcome. He didn't really have a ton of info, wasn't going to be fully expecting to be traded, so he didn't TP. Led to an incredibly quick trade, and the site was gone not far after.
Yeah. You've got a pivotal weapon, of course, costs a lot of money, and now y'all are broke, so, you know, they're going to be thinking about that for sure. TSM Academy, though, deploying the tour de force. And, of course, that bad boy is pushing its way up mid. So getting a lot of info here and waiting on the rotate. That Chamber's going to be able to lock down that lane of passage. However, TSM Academy already have 4, on that B site. So Zero Marksman Black in for a less than pleasant surprise if they continue on this way.
Oh, Hoppin is able to get a quick peek out from A main onto the player sitting in pipes. Harmful down. And I'm wondering, that's actually probably going to be a great call for ZMM. I think they're going to stick and actually, not re-hit, but actually hit B in the later stages of this round. Right now, they're going to be trying to rely on the fact that they just lost a kill, kind of A adjacent. Thing is, I don't think TSM Academy are fully buying it. There's still 3 people. Meanwhile, over at the site, as long as they can dissect these frags, they'll be fine, and that's exactly what's going to take place.
Exactly like you said, they weren't completely sold that there was a push here, and Rebo, good for 1, but with 4 more alive, Hoppin, good for 2 on the round, shuts down that presence mid like you mentioned. That was the key here. Zero Marksman Black at 9. It's a 1-round game. We're back in it, and things are getting real. TSM Academy feeling the heat, feeling the pressure, calling a timeout. Can't blame them. As a spectator, things are getting tense, so I can't imagine how they must feel.
Yeah, things are getting tense, both, I'm sure, as a team and, again, as you mentioned, as a spectator as well. And, yeah, I don't think you can really understate how important that kill Hoppin got was over towards mid. That was their kind of crown jewel of a round that was otherwise almost fully lost entirely. The fact that he just got 1-tap seemingly, I mean, really, the only story we were to tell from that was from the radar, but, you know, you saw him slowly pivoting out, and I guess he just narrow peeked it, got the kill on the unexpecting Harmful. The round was, it kind of felt like done after that. Really, you kind of have a decisive mid-round call that you need to make after the fact, right? You just got a kill from A that maybe would kind of make you think like, okay, probably they're going to finish A. They have the time to rotate, go anywhere they want on the map, but then they would have to think that, yeah, you probably have to retake that space as well. They decided to finish over towards B, and although on paper it seemed like the scarier choice considering 3 with a 4th at the ready, ready to rotate towards B, it ended up working out, but it could have gone badly if a couple more shots were hit. So avoiding danger will be ZMM Academy, as they managed to nearly tie this one up. Like you mentioned, it's the 8-4, man. You're already so close if you win a couple of rounds, and this is no exception either. Sim pushing up. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Bo has shut them up. Rebo in an untradeable position. Gotta get out of there. And this is looking disastrous right now for TSM. Nothing working in their favor. Except for a single down towards mid.
Oh my god, that was so good to watch. Okay, now in a 4v4 here, TSM Academy, they do have a res. Of course, they're not going to be able to get that. Excuse me. Hunter's Fury coming out, denying the... Well, not denying the plant, but getting Foe in the process, giving them a bit of an advantage here. Zero Marksman Black playing this post plant on site. You can see them all close in maze. Tucked into close 410 here. Venture with the drone. Not able to find anything when he needs to, as Harmful finds the shots instead. Bjor good for 1, 2 more top rope, and a 3rd at screen. Sci-Fi trying to reposition, drops. Bjor finds a 2nd, but it's not enough as Venture finds 3 on the round, and TSM Academy 11 to Zero Marksman's 9.
That was beautiful from TSM in the retake. Feeling patient about it. I think they ended up breaking that wall, or not breaking the wall, keeping the wall basically the entire time, but that also could have been really big to force out an odd angle, a aggressive peek from ZMM. They had plenty of tools even before the stage went down. It felt just well structured, the kind of trades that we were expecting and hoping from TSM Academy the whole time. Really, I'm not sure how much you can say about it. It just felt right the entire way through. ZMM back to the drawing board. They have to go ahead and even up this gap because TSM are knocking on the door of victory. They're ready to take Icebox.
Viper's Pit, yeah, now deployed on the A site from TSM Academy as Zero Marksman Black. 5-man push, ready to enter. Sim, top pipes, holding the cross, good for 1. They're not going to clear the corner. Satchel's out.
And that satchel out
CK
so
returns. So important. You're now keeping it moving from the top of pipe here. Venture finds another here. TSM Academy just playing this Viper's Pit so well, and ultimately it's just a tough task, right? No matter how many people you have, the Viper's Pit obscures your sight, and Harmful, although he finds 1, Boy is now left in a familiar situation here in a 1v3. Sim is going to find him, and TSM Academy find 12, putting them at game point.
That must have been a frustrating round for ZMM. They were just kind of banging their head against the wall in that case. Once that Viper's Pit was down, it felt like ZMM had absolutely no answer. They didn't exactly have the map control, I feel, to make the decision to go ahead and try retaking some space over towards B or maybe go for a mid-crunch or something justified. But it felt like people had different ideas on what they wanted to do there. There's a couple people actually breaching into the Viper's Pit, trying to find a frag, dying instantly. Then you had a couple of people spraying outside into the smoke, hoping to find a kill. Nothing ended up becoming fruitful from that endeavor. ZMM, again, they just kind of got stuck in A main. By the time they even had an idea of what they wanted to do, some sort of mid-round call, Harmful was already on the flank, and it was a 2v5. ZMM, again, that was probably one of their more wildly unsuccessful rounds, and they don't have any more wiggle room to work with. They're going to need to figure out something right here, right now.
Let's see how they play this one. Rebo. Slow orb connects, but he goes for the jump peek. That is bold of him.
Wasn't expecting someone inside, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. You know, tosses that slow orb out, not expecting someone to be sitting.
What a flash.
Equalized by Sim. Yeah, great flash. The follow-up is there from Sci-Fi. Venture waiting in the top of kitchen now. And a 3v4 TSM waiting for the plant to try and deny Sci-Fi, though. Taking a lot of great space
Was he not
in
spotted?
Snowman. Not spotted by Harmful. Harmful.
Should be a freebie then.
Should be. But the drone spots him out. Harmful close quarters. Can't connect, and Sci-Fi is able to find him.
Happens.
Leaving just Venture now in a 1v4, 1v3 from top of sight.
Any damage that you can get done at this point is going to help. Not exactly billionaires.
Just a couple more. Yep. And it looks like Zero Marksman Black tucking away, disciplined here, not peeking, not giving him any opportunities.
Maybe one.
venture.
Maybe one out.
Yeah, maybe one. Great damage yet again, like you're mentioning.
Yeah.
Can't be mad about that.
Some cracks in the defense there. It wasn't perfect. Obviously from TSM, and yeah, I think the obvious one that you can point out to is the one we saw on our screen, right? Rebo getting caught on his courtesy jump peek. Contact plays, I guess, were the name of the game in that one. DMM, they stay alive for one round longer, and man, they have a bunch of great tools very nearly at their disposal. Foe only 1 point away from having another Nightfall, then you're going to have the Showstopper as well. You have yourself a good execute nearly in your hands. I think the fight for this orb off the rip is going to be incredibly important. Keep an eye on TSM Academy's setup over towards B here. How are they going to play this one early?
Looks like they're trying to set up for an aggressive push here with the Sage and the Raze. The slow orb comes out. Rebo.
Oh, that spots so much.
Yeah, holding the corners. Prowler finds one. Pop Flash is so good. And Sim will go down as Rebo is able to back on out of there. Maintain healthy and alive. Get some damage down. And is able to stay safe yet again. Zero Marksman Black. Great opportunity here. They've got a window and it's open. 10 to 12. They want to make it 11.
That could have been absolutely terrifying. Touch on it more later. TSM not fully out of this one yet, mind you. And they don't exactly have the best chance of it, but we've seen a couple of 50s so far in this round. Who's to say it can't happen again? A mid-push, mid-lurk, I should say, actually punished. Harmful trying to get a bit too cheeky with it. Once again, they're just kind of sitting on this space in B main, letting the fights come towards them. They'll be rewarded very handsomely because of it. Not quite the, well, we don't have time to get them. Mavix Flawless, let's go ahead and make that one up for our own. But damn near close to it.
The Mavix monstrosity. We'll have to think about that one.
The
We'll
Mavix,
workshop it.
almost flawless.
Yeah. It's, we'll work on it.
Yeah,
But it's a
we'll
one-round
workshop
game
it.
now. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, we're here. We're here. Zero Marksman Black.
Four
A
ults.
phenomenal second half, you know, after being down 4 at the turn of the rounds. Bring it back to just 1 here. Zero Marksman Black. 4 ults on their side, and they've got the null command, which is going to be the key here. This is tangible, and we might just be seeing overtime, unless Harmful with the Tour de Force has anything to say about it, and if he's able to avoid that null command.
Harmful is going to be incredibly important for them. He needs to stay alive in this position. Playing post plant is going to be their best bet. That being said, ZMM, they're not going to exactly make it easy no matter what they do. That Viper's Pit is going to be a nightmare for them to traverse. So, right now they need to bank.
Yeah, great reaction like you're mentioning from TSM Academy. Setting up for the post plant. Boy, gets traded out immediately. The 1-2 punch is good, and Harmful returns, echoing from the top of rafters.
Down
Harmful in a
numbers.
great spot. Yeah, down numbers. Sci-Fi, though, with the Showstopper. Ready to connect, but they're both opting for top rafters. Stairs saving them here. That wall, they're saving grace and not going to connect for anything as Harmful now. Posted from the side of rafters. Bjor, keen to it. Equalized 3-on-3.
It's having those people being able to operate the extremities of the Viper's Pit that is so, so important. Coverage is insane, and Sim is going to be able to actually give them a chance right back into this 2v3. Bjor, Baron of the Pit, still remaining alive, but it's him against the world. He's going to need something magical here, but it's a trade. And TSM, they're going to be able to snatch away this map 13-11. It was very nearly thrown the other way, but TSM able to grab it out at the end.
So close, you know. Zero Marksman Black, I'm sure they're kicking and screaming right now, mentally, internally. I am, as a spectator, you know, just what a close and tough game. My cat is trying to get run over by my cat, so disregard that for just a moment. But what am I saying? It's so close. 13-11 after being down 8-4 at the half to bring it all the way back. Even if you've lost this game, it's a best of 3. There would be a fire lit under my butt going into the second game, and I gotta say the momentum could be on their side here.
Very well could. We're gonna have to see as we head into map number 2. We're gonna be taking a very, very quick break, but we'll see on the other side. More goodies.
Yes, but before that, before we head out here to a short break, we do want to shout out our sponsors for making this event possible, of course. In addition to all the viewers, it is Mavix. So we're talking about the Ella Max. So the competitive advantage that you've been waiting on All your life is finally here, featuring cooling, heat, and massage. I'm not kidding. The L-Max will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here, ladies and gentlemen. Shop now at Mavix.com and make sure you use code NSG to save $55 off of your Mavix gaming chair. So go on and do that today. With that said, we're going to head to a short break and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter Fury used. It's Ares to pick up one. Oh my gosh! Two, make three. Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's gonna take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Map 1 ended up being the banger that we're all hoping for, keeping it close 13-11. But now we move on to a new territory, Ascent. Jim Basco, what are you expecting out of the ZMM and TSM sides here?
Another banger, honestly. That map got way closer than I think anybody anticipated, especially if you're entering into the half at an 8-4 disadvantage. Few would say that the game would go to a 13-11 score, which it did. Of course, it was TSM's map pick. They won it out just very slightly, and so Zero Marksman Black, maybe on their own map pick, that'll give them the slight advantage that they needed in the first round, in the first map rather, to take the victory here, and then send us, hopefully, to a map 3 onto Breeze. So I'm excited. I hope for the best in this match. I know I sound like some sort of politician saying that, but like really, like I'm just excited. That first map was a banger.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Lots of beautiful things, some nice clutches. We saw some lovely thrifties, and I think the thrifties, if I had to choose one, was my personal highlight of it as well. No round felt safe. We saw a lot of beautiful shots being hit. I mean, again, I think to go ahead and point out one person, who's Hoppin, who's hitting a lot of very crucial shots on really a number of rounds. I mean, go ahead and look back to the time where he was sitting top pipes, hit 2 rounds, helped them win that thrifty. You think of the round where he was able to punish Harmful by getting a quick narrow peek over towards mid. I mean, we have a pretty lethal roster, and again, it's important to mention that Hoppin, as far as I'm aware, wasn't even playing for ZMM Black as of yesterday. So new addition, but still playing like he's been there forever.
Yeah, great picks. The one that always comes to mind is that Tour de Force showdown in the middle, right? That we talked about how valuable that single pick was. Of course, a lot riding as we head into the second map. I'm just excited, and honestly, when you think about Ascent and you think about these tight chokes, what could really end up happening is TSM Academy might have the slight advantage here, right? What we saw is that Zero Marksman Black in that first round found the advantage in their aggressive options, right? Being able to use the fade and the KO, and being able to bust through a couple of these setups. Icebox, I think, is great because those Viper walls cut off so much space that you can find so much value with these two initiators. On Ascent, I'm not sure if it'll work out the same. TSM Academy had some great setups. Of course, Zero Marksman Black took them right to the very edge. So who knows? Ascent is, though, one of my favorite maps for sure. Just a classic, right? Can't go wrong with Ascent, I feel like.
Yeah, you have a lot of great options that you could be bringing out as well. You know, we might not be seeing the Chamber, for instance. I think Sage is extremely viable on it. Killjoy has a really cool niche where I could see especially especially TSM getting away with some nerdy setups. And I suppose we could go ahead and do a little bit more info on our own time rather, to go ahead and figure out exactly what these comps are likely to shape up as. But you have a ton of options, and I think the fact that TSM have been utilizing that fade is going to play a lot into their favor, because she's pretty nutty on this map.
Yeah, it is insane, and so
I'm doing the homework. I'm looking it up right now, man. I'm ruthless.
Beautiful resources are available to us. You know, there's an awesome thing called the internet. I love this thing. It's crazy. Y'all should hop on it. But yeah, no, it's really awesome. And of course, on Ascent, those straight lines make something like Breach as a counter to KJ extremely viable. So there's a lot of options. Fade is something that we've been seeing pop up a lot as well. Her eyeball finds a lot, especially over towards that A site. With that wall there, you can kind of just toss it up on top of everything and you get vision of everything. It's kind of awesome. And with Fade, you always want to include a raise, because Fade and raise is the combo that really makes the world go round. So you'll love to see it.
I have some news for you. Using the power of my mind, I was reading through books, definitely not looking online. Exactly what they did. They used that Fade raise combo, and Sim absolutely popped yesterday. This was versus TSG Esports. Now, not exactly a household name, but I think the point still stands, where this is at least a roster or a lineup that they've kind of run some reps with. So expect a Fade, expect a Breach as well, which is always kind of the interesting pick for me, and expect an Astra being brought out as well, which is what I'm particularly excited for. I love seeing myself some Astra on Ascent.
Yeah, Astra is just so, like, I hate to say it, Astra is still annoying. You know what I mean? Like, just
her
so
death was very greatly overstated. I knew.
Oh, 100%.
I knew.
Yeah, the Astra believers, they were like, guys, don't say anything, but she's still really good. And of course, it takes a more, I don't know what you want to call it, but it takes someone who really understands Astra to find the value in her. But if they do find it, it is still all annoying. Her kit, obviously, with the well, denying spike plants, denying diffuses left and right, the stun, still annoying, and those smokes, being able to call them back and then having that util available later in the round can be a menace as well, allowing for some pretty nasty fakes. So opportunity is abounding for both these teams, and when it comes to compositions, we can really see a whole variety of things. So I'm excited to see what these two teams have in store for us as we're heading into map 2. TSM Academy with a lead in this best of 3 series, winning the first map 13-11 if you're just joining us. So if this map gets tied and we get to map 3, we're gonna head to Breeze. So it's we've got a lot in store for all of you tonight.
I think it's time to pose the question: is what are you expecting out of Hoppin? Again, I probably brought it up a couple of times, but I think it is an intriguing enough storyline. Like, again, just slotting in today, are you expecting him to maybe pick up the role of Sova, which Critical has normally occupied? I guess our question will be answered right here, but can we expect anything different from the ZMM side?
Let's see.
Critical
maybe
is in. I got trolled. I guess he's a Deddy sub for them. That's also really interesting to me. Hoppin, I mean, look, he's a nutter in his own regard, but it makes sense, right? If you have the roster to go ahead and boot, why not sub him in and out as you believe?
Yeah. ¿Por qué no? I agree. Yeah, exactly. And it looks like TSM Academy, they're locking in that breach, they're locking in that raise, the fade. This is just a nasty composition. They're starting on the defense, but their attack is going to be scary. And on the defense, they might just play aggressive because they have so many freaking options. On the side of Zero Marksman Black, they're opting for the KO, the Sova. They're running triple initiators, 0 duelists. Interesting, but not unexpected.
Not fully unexpected at all. I'm also a big fan of this lineup as well. I feel KO brings a lot of potential. Maybe not so much when you're not playing against a Killjoy. I feel like she really shuts down KJ, but I mean, hey, Chamber is also very much neutered as well when you're up against a KO. So I feel like these comps play into each other rather well. Going to be a matter of execution. Once again, this was the pick of ZMM Black after all, so they have to have some sort of founded confidence in this. They played it yesterday. It was a 13-8 walloping versus Rillas, which I guess isn't exactly a household name either, but at least when we're talking recent results against not exactly the biggest names in the world, they seem promising.
I want a walloping.
A walloping? What's that supposed to be? Tell me what you mean.
Huh?
You want a walloping?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I guess now's the time to ask. Are you expecting this to be 2-0 finish, or we're going to go to Breeze? Because again, Breeze, I don't know.
Yeah,
questions.
If I'm looking at both these compositions objectively, just looking at these two, TSM's looks sick. You know what I mean? When I think about compositions and I see Breach, Fade, Raise with an Astra in a chamber, that looks aggressive, that looks mean. And if they have any sort of practice setups, that looks like no fun to play against. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man.
I feel like you have some nasty potential, though, even with on defense with the Breach as well. Looks like we have a small tech pause, so I mean, now's the time to go ahead and talk about it. Let's do some workshopping, do some vamping.
Yeah.
This is every caster has to go through.
We were just talking about it too, and Ascent, right? These hard chokes on both sides, and of course there's this this valley, this canyon in the middle of the map, right? With these 2 chokes on either side. The toughest part about the chokes is you need some sort of duelist, some sort of mobility to bust through. The initiators are great, but they don't give you mobility. They don't give you satchels. They don't give you a dash. They don't give you anything of the sort. So maybe that'll prove to be a sticking point for the offense here. And we were just talking about how TSM Academy's setups were really nice on that first map. And of course, this isn't their map pick, but you know, all these stars are lining up, and I have a feeling this isn't a coincidence that we're having this conversation and this sort of anxiety is in the air right now about this composition, right? Like, I think there's something going on here. So with all this in mind, TSM Academy feels like they may take a 2-0 here, but I don't know, man. I don't know, because Zero Marksman Black are good too, so I can't be conclusive here.
No, I mean, that's always the kind of discussion that you need to have as well. It's like, even in the round of 16, these games are getting pretty lethal as well. Even in the round of 32, we had some pretty wild games. Over on the other side of the bracket, some of the other games that were happening, I mean, a crew got knocked out by Dark Zero. They had to face each other incredibly early, and those are two names that I very well could see making it into at least a top two, like a top 4, a top 2 finish. They had to face each other in the round of 32. Both these teams, yeah, scary in their own regards. We probably chose the best game that we could ever hope for, though. I mean, a 13-11, not exactly decisive either way, but again, yeah, there's always the idea that you need to float that TSM. I mean, look, they've had plenty of experience as well. They know exactly what they're doing, and I fully agree with you. I don't think any teams are going to be picking comps because, you know, they just have an idea that it'll work. No, I mean, they have run so many games with this sort of set composition where they feel like they can win games, and I feel like, once again, you have tons of crazy ideas that you can be doing with Breach. Think about some of the mid crunches that you can pull off, you know, double satchel onto tiles, you have a Breach stun going in, bam, you have a nice little mid crunch that you can work with. You stun top of mid, you have somebody peeking out of cat, you have something to work with there too. Like, Breach is an agent in general that I feel like has been not so neglected, but I guess kind of underrated for a while now. Even back in the old days of Valorant, people were saying that his stun is pretty bad. Okay, that's fair. His ult is pretty bad. Yeah, maybe that's fair, but he can be so overwhelming. I feel he still has so much use, even on a map like Ascent, where it's generally dominated by like a Sova and nowadays Fade.
Yeah, that is ultimately what I mean. Like, when you think about Breach, you think about turning around a lot. You think about dodging directionally a lot of these pieces of utility. With Fade, that's just another thing you have to shoot, you have to deal with, you know, all these other characters add so many more layers to the equation that Breach just becomes that much more successful. So great stuff all around. And of course, we are both waiting in anticipation of this match with this tech pause in play here. We are going to take a short break, get it remedied, and we'll be right back when things are ready to rock. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a second of it, and we'll see you soon.
We trolled you! Just kidding, we're back. 4 minutes on the clock. How about 30 seconds on the clock instead? Looks like that tech issue, it was probably just like, you know, a player accidentally turned off their mouse or something like that. But we're ready to hop right into Ascent. Map number 2 of this round of 16 between two juggernauts, at least of this wonderful little Mickey Mouse tournament that we got going on. And immediately to begin, Big Control seems to be the boon of ZMM. They're looking to take it.
Looking to take it indeed, and they've taken a lot of space into Pizza and Market. Pop flash out. The Concuss is going to connect, though. Harmful finds one. TSM Academy good on the defense so far. The util usage keeping the enemies at bay. The flash connects as well, and Rebo and Harmful connect for 2 more. Foe, though, by the switch, finds 2 in a row, and Harmful hitting the left-right movement. Y'all saw that. That was great, and he finds the 3rd kill on the round, leaving just Bjorn in Market as Harmful finds a 4th.
Beautiful round from Harmful, but again, gotta always point out my boy Rebo. I love how round 1 we're already seeing what the uses of that Breach utility can be. First started with a stun to kind of obviously stun out the player in Market, make it very difficult for them to push through, but then a well-timed flash after. They had a really cool B setup happening where they had someone coming out of CT and I think one person sitting by lane. Both of them were just kind of slowly walking up, and as soon as that flash hit, immediate contact was made, and it was a bit of a meat grinder on the B-bomb site, or spike site, I suppose you should say. But really, really well executed defense from TSM Academy, as they'll take that first round, completely denying the Market push, and leaving ZMM completely broke and out of it for round number 2.
Yeah, feeling real relatable right now. TSM Academy,
shut
though.
Down. Ranked game.
Yeah, broke. It's beautiful. Bjorn critical. Hand in hand, wandering through a field of daisies. This little alleyway. What is this? Italy? Where are we?
I believe Italy. There's pizza.
Feels. Gotta. Oh yeah, there's gelato too. Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah. It's gotta be Italy. It's gotta be Italy.
It's in Cincinnati,
down,
Ohio. It's a strip mall.
Yeah. It's Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, well,
flashing into Maine. Oh, good for 2. Great flash. Great follow up with the Aries. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, love to see it, and I feel like there's really only so much that you can say about a round like this. There's also the ever-present discussion to be had about who should be the one earning these ultimate points. That's really, the true question is, it doesn't matter all too much. Everybody's getting pretty well equipped on the TSM Academy side. Harmful, 2 away from being able to use that Tour de Force. We have Rebo, who's very quickly getting his way up as well to a Rolling Thunder. They're 2 really big ultimates as well. I feel, you know, there isn't really a bad shout on who gets the orbs here, but TSM Academy, it looks like I already know what they want to play into. Clean shutout. What we can expect for this round from ZMM is all question marks to me. This is where we're really going to be able to kind of get some of that info of our own.
Yeah, getting heated. But of course, TSM Academy's Chamber purchasing an operator. Big investment into this round. Zero Marksman Black have an opportunity. With that operator purchase, it could go heavily into CSM Academy's favor. But if Zero Marksman Black are able to get that out of their hands, they're going to have an advantage in the next couple of rounds because of the economy and the state it'll be in. It'll be in shambles, if you were wondering. And so Zero Marksman Black now, we're working the way up slowly, B-main. Pop flash out, spotting out nothing. Realizing there could be some presence in market here.
Until that point of contact, there wasn't a ton of info being given to the name, or given to the wave, excuse me, TSM Academy. You see that critical was harmful. It's actually just peering top mid at the very beginning of the round. There's a C's combo. Wave in towards tiles at the beginning of it, but they otherwise kind of conceded mid control. It's only something they were kind of giving off the impression of at the very beginning of the round. Now, look at everything that they've given up, TSM Academy. They're relying a lot on their post-plant prowess, or retake potential. I think with Harmful being the first one to make contact here, he's going to have an incredibly important role to play. This first shot will mean a lot. Nightfall in. Oh. There it is. First shot his favor. He doesn't try to overstay his welcome. He doesn't have a TP out, and he's going to be farming for the time being. That's 3 kills found. Not going to be able to find the 4th, but ZMM, they're down. Certainly not out, though. Critical will try to plant, and Bjor gets at least 1 frag to keep it in their favor. But now it will be Critical to do it all. They're still found.
1v2.
1v2, like you said, Jim Basco. 4 bullets left.
Gonna get tight. Stuck on Jenny here. Yeah, Harmful finding 3 in a row. What a way to start that round. Critical off the back of Jenny. Hits the headshot, but it's a phantom, so it hits for 140. TSM Academy, an important 3rd round. They recover the operator. They find 3 in a row. And Venture, serenaded by his friend, turns away. Can't face the music. And 3 in a row. It's beautiful, man.
Absolutely beautiful. And they retrieve the op as well. I mean, it's just an angle like that. Harmful. Very supposedly difficult to trade him out. You know, think about it. If ZMM had a like a C's nade combo to work with, maybe something that's present on the other side as well, he could have been completely snuffed out. But no, I mean, not really. They didn't have a lot of answers to that operator as well. So it's going to be something that they need to look forward, or excuse me, look out for going forward, because they didn't have a very conclusive answer to that whatsoever, and those kills came in all too easily for him. He didn't even have a TP out, mind you. That won't happen in the future, likely.
Yeah, likely. Sim, though, taking some space here. Boombot out into A main. Spots out some presence. No rotation, however, from the side of TSM Academy. Zero Marksman Black. Just using some util, trying to get some info. Yeah, trying to get anything, really, while they play this whole map default. It's a full map press here.
Map press. Venture gets one through the wall. I believe that was he comboing off of his own util there, or was that blind spam? Either way, Rebo's there as support, or as a support rather. He scares off the other person waiting outside. ZMM forced to back up, reshift their focus over towards A. Tossing all their util, but if they go through this Astra smoke, they're gonna have plenty of people waiting on the other side, and that's almost as good as it. I can't imagine ZMM wiggle their way back into this round when they have nothing to work with.
Great little bit of aggression from Harmful out. Cat, exactly. That's what you need to watch out for. Pretty much the only way to really get onto the A site is either you bust down the doors through A main or you do a split through Cat and A main. That's all there is to it. And so Harmful, keen to it, is able to shut it down. Venture, good for another. Oh, tries to hit the flick. Harmful not going to find the clip, but Sim is there to back him up. 4 in a row, though, for TSM Academy, and they're looking toasty on Zero Marksman's map pick.
Yeah, good time for them to call a pause as well. I'm not quite certain how their money situation is going to be working. Oh wait, no, they just saved. They're gonna have their money's going to be fine. Don't mind me. I can't read. I can't think. But in hell, great time to call it. ZMM. I mean, what have they learned so far, right? I feel like ZMM, excuse me, have been playing these rounds so slow, and they haven't really gotten a ton of info. Right? No. Their mid-rounding has kind of been completely ground down to a halt. They haven't exactly tried pushing Cat all too much, at least from my memory. And when they've tried pressuring B, they've gotten spammed down from an Odin, and they also realized that Rebo was pushing in, again, to support. But these are kind of like free-flowing setups from TSM at the same time. They haven't really given anything conclusive over to the ZMM side. It's going to be very difficult for them to craft a plan off of this. You have to be curious on what they're going to come up with.
Exactly. It's not even because they've been using utility exceptionally well. It's not because they've been like shooting exceptionally well. It's their timings across the board.
Harmful disagree.
Right. I mean, of course, Harmful's been hitting great shots. It's been awesome. You see he's on fire, 9 and 2. ZK, not a kill in his mind. He's got 4 assists, but he's also got no death, so he's hanging out, providing the support that his team needs. And TSM Academy chilling at 4 in a row. They're looking to make it 5, but just great timings. Like you mentioned, that fade. Was it util? Was it just a random shot? It was just understanding of that. Someone maybe pushing here, and a great pre-fire that connects onto a head. And so swapping up the setup on the side of TSM Academy, sending the fade and the raise over to the A site, sending the chamber back onto the B for defense here as ZMM work their way up mid. They're first going to encounter a chamber trip, and that's going to be the first line of defense going down.
They break it, but they've seized this mid control, and that's big for them. Now, I mean, I was thinking that mid would probably be their best bet, but I'm sure they've been at least somewhat warded off by the fact that Harmful has been opping. Probably, yeah. Keep the shorthand there. This time he's actually sitting outside towards B. Still going to be a presence if they try to push into market. Now where does ZMM go from here? They have someone keeping an eye on all the lurks. Kind of awkward mid-round where once again Harmful comes a factor, and this is what's a problem. Market crunch like this, they have absolutely no answers, it seems, again to this operator, but they're going to tuck tail and run over towards the other side of the map. Harmful won't be here for a little while, but they don't have any space to go off of. And once again, ZMM, they run into a wall, and what makes it even worse is that they have somebody closing off their exit or run back over towards B. They have to commit here, or the round's just about done. Oh, Rebo's looking. Rebo? There we go. Finds a kill on the sci-fi.
Yeah. 14 seconds left on the clock. Now Zero Marksman Black need to get onto the B site. This Asher wall is giving them just enough cover here. And now posted up close to CT.
Oh, Bjorn
in a great spot. Finds one in market. Finds a second. Beautifully done. That's only possible because of the Phantom. And now it's a 3-on-3. It's equalized. TSM Academy, though. They've got the Rolling Thunder. And that could just be the solution to this equation as Foe pops out into CT. Finds one. Bjorn finds a third. And Rebo left in a 1v3. He has an ult, but it'd probably be wise to save it here. 4 in a row for TSM Academy. Zero Marksman want to break it.
A beautiful mid-round call from them. Since the round's over, now's a great time to talk about it. But God, talk about a turnaround there. ZMM, it didn't feel like they had any business winning that. I believe it was a 3v5 conversion that they had? A 2v5 conversion even? I mean, God, where can you even begin with how that one went through? It was probably Bjorn, right? He's the easy one that you can point to. He showed up in the kill feed. He did his job perfectly. Finding those two at market by tucking in the close left corner completely changed the focus of the round. And from there, Foe was also starting to push up. They were not satisfied. When you're down players like that, you have to continue to take fights. Exactly what they did, and they won every single one. Beautiful positioning by Bjorn, won them that round. Great mid-round.
Support for Harmful there. Tour de Force in hand. Doesn't want to give away his position just yet. Tough spot to be in because you got to peek two things at once, and he just barely escapes death by from that operator, but meets an untimely one. His boy finds the headshot and then pulls out the frag grenade, gets traded back. It's a 4-on-4. It's frenetic. It's all over the place. His foe capitalizes on the situation, finds another, and on the attack here, they've got an advantage.
Oy, messy round so far. Both teams just trying to go ahead and use their util to force out an early kill, trade each other out, and you're getting some really messy, again, results because of it. ZMM, they'll come out favorably. Great 2-for-1s. Now they'll consolidate, go together as one towards A. Not too much you can say around here, or about right here, other than the fact that Venture has a hell of a challenge on his hands. Down. Spam is beautiful. What? He's able to find the first.
Free.
Slightly more possible if he spams down correctly.
And this is the reality of the map. Ascent is made of paper mache. It's really a diorama, and all these characters are just little figures running around on the map. And Seer Marksman Black, beautifully done. With a great advantage early on in the round, they take it all the way to the end and make it a 2-round game. 2-4. They're still in a deficit here, but it's a lot more doable. And TSM Academy, they're coming into this one with a not ideal buy, but still a lot of firepower.
Very favorable trades. I would imagine now's the time where you see TSM try to maybe slow things down a little bit more and rely on their B anchors. Not their B anchors, but their B main presence. It has been probably one of the most solid parts about their defense so far. They've been able to shut them out almost every single time. And we have an interesting situation where the Astra is literally just going to be either jump peeking spawn or not leaving it entirely, just waiting for the rotates. They're relying on their post plants, aren't they? And Harmful, sitting inside A main, is going to make it so they don't even get the spike down. Right, his Jarndis too. He takes 2 fights, wins them both. Now talk about an awkward situation for ZMM to be in. They have the site, but they don't have their own backs covered.
Woo, good shot. Clips him through the wall. And Bjor equalizes. It's the 3-on-3. Here we go. Zero Marksman Black feeling good in this situation, and their positions are great if they can find the player in Wine. And just like that, he TPs out of the situation, and boy, in a great spot here. TSM Academy, 3 people up heaven. Oh, that's just spotting the head, boy. Ducking out of the equation, but Harmful finds him through the wall. Great stuff. And now it's a 3-on-2. Sierra Marksman Black gets spiked down. And they're in a post plant.
Post plant. Awfully rough from them. Able to win some of these very, very important fights. Bjor eventually will have it all fall into his hands. 1v2, not unwinnable. Certainly incredibly difficult to overcome. TSM played to perfection. They double drop. Well, the timing was a little bit ill-fated on the second. They're still able to find the low weight HP player, win out the round, and TSM will be rewarded for the 5th.
Crazy, man. Crazy. For Bjor to be stuck in that situation. It was really unfortunate. TSM Academy, though, just played it well. They were in such odd spots that Zero Marksman Black kind of caught off guard, and it paid off for them. So, Harmful, again, you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have their own backs covered, man. Like, the fact that he was just sitting in Wine, that's not going to be a mistake they make twice. Send a Prowler in that direction. Hopefully you're good.
And they have previously, too, which is the craziest thing, you know? Like, they're keen to it, but just one time, Harmful was able to get in, and, you know, he's never, ever going to go a day in his life without clearing Wine with the Prowler again.
There you have it. Look where that Prowler's going. Takes one bad round to sour you. Venture. Using Haunt, I think he got the dink on one. Did it just... Okay, remove most of Critical's armor. Puts him at just around 100 HP, just a spot over, 102. Find. I get our nice, awkward mid-round lull. The TSM's setup go fully into effect here. Allard, Harmful. Does he have a TP out in this location? Backs up to the corner. I think he does, right?
No, still has his in hand, so he's waiting to deploy it actually, but has it posted up in market.
Does he? I see something on the radar. Yeah, market and CT.
Oh, I'm tripping. I'm sorry.
No worries.
CT, there's the second one. I completely missed out on that.
But
it looks like Zero Marksman Black are taking a bit of aggression here to the A side as Harmful finds one into B main. Good stuff. And TSM Academy with an advantage on defense. This is great.
So how do they handle this as well? I'm not sure what info ZK had. Toss the smoke at this point, but it is perfect. Now we have the gravity well plus nade combo too. That's going to shut them out for a little bit of space. Showstopper at the ready. This can deny plant, and ZMM have very few options to work with right now, and they need to find these kills. Sim tries to shut them down, but gets traded out. Not much time left on the clock here. This Astro Wall might end up being their undoing, because it's just about to go through. Rebo's waiting on the other side. He'll collect his frag, and at this point, there's no way for them to win. They can't get all the kills. It'll be TSM to take them all away instead.
Wow. Great stuff. Going down to the last second. 6-2, TSM Academy looking great on the defense, man. Wow. That was, it was kind of all over the place, dude. And it's a great moment, I think, to take a timeout because, yeah, a little all over the place, a little something with the communication was off, something was not ticking in accordance to the laws of nature. Something was off. The force was disturbed, and so great timeout now. Again, we're at the opportunity, right? We're at what, like 6-2, 6-3. There's an option here. We tie it up heading into the second half, or, you know, we cut our losses, call it cashed for this half, and then aim for the second, because Zero Marksman Black, they're not unfamiliar with being in this deficit, and they've worked their way up before. So we'll see what they plan for here.
I mean, yeah, it really felt like they've just, or it feels like, excuse me, they've run into just a brick wall. This TSM defense has been very solid, and they haven't quite been able to kind of find the cracks in it. You can really see it shine during some of these mid rounds. How TSM slow the pace down, maintain their presence everywhere on the map. I think the last time we really saw a kind of decent early round idea of what ZMM want to do was around where we saw them try to walk through mid early. They had a nice exchange of utility, ended up being shut down by Harmful Zop, but I really think an attempt towards mid would probably still be their best bet. It has been relatively promising for them. Maybe try, you know, maybe something crazy like a deep push into CT even. Maybe don't go that far, but once you have mid, the map opens up a lot to you, and it seems they agree with me. DMM, right back to it. Try to take their chances once again over towards Pizza. Harmful, not at weight, though. Only by lane. And hey, look, little Caesar over here. Now you're trying to seize.
Little util usage, driving them back, perhaps even out of mid all the way. It looks like that's going to be effective at shutting down that push. Great stuff overall. ZMM ebbing and flowing with what they're seeing. You love to see it. You hate to see, you know, just rock hard determination. But here you go. Critical is slowing it down a lot. Zero Marksman Black really taking their time, using their util and trying to find an opening on an eco round. This is pretty much what you've got to do.
Yeah, it's rough. In a perfect world, this would be done with guns as well, but they did a great job holding on to that control that they've taken early on. Exploring a little bit towards Cat. Didn't end up being a fully fruitful endeavor. But they'll remain there regardless. Excuse me. Venture be able to farm his couple, and I think this is where we see the shutdown. The Odin. Again, the walls are made of paper mache. But we aren't in 5th grade. This isn't your arts and crafts class. You'll be shut out entirely in TSM. They'll move to 7, officially taking the lead in this half, with what seems like much more to come. Crazy. I want to see them try it again, man. I'll be honest.
I do.
That was the most promising attempt in a while, and it was on an eco.
And I have a feeling that they probably will too. Like you're saying, it was their most promising attempt, and they've got someone on top mid. They've got people waiting in link. So it appears to me that they're going to try to, you know, put some pressure down in mid, in that gateway, and in catwalk as well. So we'll see how this goes for them. Zero Marksman Black, chinks in the armor for TSM Academy for sure. But can they find a foothold and climb their way up? That's really going to be the key here, as they're trying once again to put some pressure down mid. And Critical is like, I've had enough of this, bro.
Dude, look how this setup is evolving, man. It's crazy. Yeah, Critical leaving the scene. He doesn't want to have to deal with this.
He's got the Odin too. He's ready. He's like, Venture, bro, get out of here.
Venture going back. I love this, though. This B setup is absolutely crazy, and it's going to do them terribly. If they try to go for a B split here, they haven't even encountered the real problem. The real problem remains in Rebo and Harmful. I'm not even sure where his TP is. I think it's in spawn. Yeah, Harmful is going to be nasty here. And he hasn't even shown presence yet. He gets two. Oh, that is just brutal. Layers upon layers of defense. TSM Academy, they had a good thing going, and now they just upped it. They just added windows to this nice little palace that they had growing. Oh, that's beautiful.
this tough, like you're saying, like layers upon layers. You saw it on the A side, right? You saw Sim follow up on that frag that happened in A main when they both pushed up. It was a 1-2 punch. And again, into B main. It was both Harmful and Rebo working their way into that B main side. Just hiding. And you never expect Harmful there. Finds the headshot with the Headhunter afterwards. 3 in a row. And TSM Academy, 8-2 on Zero Marksman's map pick. Just spotted out his toes.
Now I'm wondering, what does this tell TSM, right? They see one person. Is it immediately obvious that you want to try to bring somebody over? No. You just found 2 kills over towards B. Okay, that shuts out everything I was going to try to say about this. I was going to say, you know, TSM, being patient. Don't adjust your setup too much. A will be probably their final destination, however.
Frag is good. Oh, but the shots are better. ZK good for 2, repositioning out of that frag grenade, and is still able to keep composure. Ice in his veins. TSM Academy 9-2.
Man, all right. I don't even know what you can say about one like that, but brutality. ZK finds his 2, and ZMM. God, talk about a brutal half for them. And I don't really want to go ahead and fault them, you know, too much. It feels like TSM has been playing extraordinarily well compared to the kind of nail-biter that we saw in Icebox. This has been their map entirely. I'm really, really hoping that ZMM comes out with something a bit more, you know, I guess the word I'm looking for is thrilling on their defensive side as well, but this has not been a lot to talk about. Once again, they'll try their hopes. They'll try their hand at mid. This time, Venture isn't located. Once again, look how they're shifting this setup. Harmful's on A.
This is bold, I think, from Zero Marksman Black, revealing a lot of their location, a lot of their presence. They're taking a ton of space. And they might just be walking into Rebo and this crossfire here. Great presence off of that trip. And Zero Marksman Black, I have a feeling from the confidence that they were just showing there that they were kind of expecting that to be as easy as it had been before. But TSM Academy adapting quickly, round around. They had the presence there. They were ready for it, and they shut it down. And just like that, they've repositioned. They've got the Rolling Thunder. And, of course, the Breach is positioned in CT, completely ready to cut them off. And there it is. It gets baited out, but it doesn't really connect on anybody. But even then, Rebo finds one as TSM Academy. Looking pretty good. Sci-Fi claps back. It's a 3 versus 4.
3 versus 4, and it's fully read by TSM Academy once more. This wall kind of gave away the ghost. Can't imagine they have too much to say about it. The counter wall.
Shots connecting, but not enough. From CT, finds 2 clean headshots. Bjorn now in a 1v3. A lot of HP. It's possible. Picks up the Vandal. 1-tap machine. Can he make it happen? Venture peeking out with the Odin. Laying down suppressing fire from cover. And Bjorn finds one close quarters, but Rebo good for 3 on the round. TSM Academy 10-2 in the half.
Dude, that is quite the impressive defensive half. I really only feel like you can say so much about it. TSM, not to kind of sound like a fanboy of them, but man, the adaptations that they're making mid-round, and hell, even more so in the beginning of their rounds, has been incredible to watch. ZMM, I can't even fault them too much. There's a couple of missed shots here and there that I feel like they definitely should have gotten. For instance, Sci-Fi, just in that last round, had a really important job with his operator. He ended up taking a huge chunk of HP and only got one of the 2 frags that he really needed to kind of make that round work. But they're shut off at almost every single angle, every single opportunity. And now, I mean, look, the onus is going to be on ZMM, not only to give themselves a convincing performance here on Ascent, their map pick, but even if they want to bring us to 3, they have a lot to do. And it'll start quiet. Not much noise made at the very beginning.
Ooh. Sci-Fi, though. Feeling bold. Keeping his eyes trained onto that link area. Sim clearing out the corners. Boombot doing its best. TSM Academy off that presence. Yeah, off that presence. And Cat repositioned into mid. And Zero Marksman Black have pushed all the way up A and have control of top mid here. This could work out well for them, or it could not. 4-on-4 kills traded out for both sides. Boy, in a great spot as Critical claps back as well. Zero Marksman Black suddenly in a 4v2 as ZK finds a headshot. The HP for ZMM is pretty low, and TSM Academy are even lower. So who knows which way this one will go, Yuto.
It's a nice mid-round call from TSM. You know, they'll cut their losses and try to bring it out over towards A. They realized they ran into a trap there. Over towards B, the fact that ZMM had 2 players pushed up, I think they also had some mid presence as well. It let them get to this state where they are now, but it's not over yet. In fact, this is the most critical part of the round, no pun intended. Rebo just barely hanging in there for this round. He can't die. He just cannot die here.
Has 10 seconds left on that fault line, so if he's able to line it up and just make it count for this defuse, it could be huge, but he's going to go down. ZK needs to peek and try to get him off, but it's not going to be enough as Zero Marksman Black find a 3rd round and the first one in the second half.
Incredibly difficult. When you're on pistols like that, you know, you can just move so fast. You can all but run and gun with them, and I feel like that was eventually the undoing in that 2 versus 3 from TSM Academy, excuse me. But a good attempt. Again, I really like the call for them to try to finish up over towards A. They weren't forcing their hand at B. They already gave it the old called shrine. They ran into a meat grinder. It feels like this has been the story more than anything else, at least from the 13 rounds that we've seen so far, of the B control. I mean, it has been wonderful from either side. So far, ZMM will need to continue this sort of performance. Then maybe we'll have a competitive game on our hands.
Let's see what we've got, as it looks like a lot of quick presence up through Cat. The Flash not going to find anything as harmful. Already up into tree.
How is he
does
alive?
a ton of damage.
What the hell?
He's alive. Boy, though, claps it back onto the A site, peeking out. Bjor returns, and just like that, Zero Marksman Black shut down the round. Not sure what happened there in tree, but Zero Marksman Black kept their composure nonetheless and found 2 in a row.
It felt like there were supposed to be more people there. I'm not exactly sure. Everyone just kind of died. I like what they were going for, though. They were going for the paper Rex, press W, but they're looking like a cardboard Rex. I don't know. I wasn't really seeing it there. CMM.
Is cardboard stronger than paper?
Hey, paper can be
Is that
strong.
an upgrade?
Paper can be strong. I don't know. Hey, the walls are made of paper here, and look how they're handling. Pretty good.
True. If only they were made of cardboard.
Ascent Wall Rock Rex. That's her name. Somehow, just says paper. Hey, this bit isn't working. This bit isn't landing, man. I feel bad.
Man, it's okay.
DMF, look, it's their bonus. What can we say here? Are they going to try to pull out anything crazy? It's their time to.
Traumatized. Wine is a traumatizing location for many players. So taking their time with that one to clear it out. As foe close range, good with the judge, good for 1, and not overextending there. Beautifully done. Venture getting out.
Smoke here would be super nice. That way they could retrieve the gun. Hold on to the space. But no, the smokes, the stars in general, those are incredibly important to keep by your side. Only 4 of them left remaining. Once again, B control, man, it has been so good. A, not so much. The site has been given up almost entirely, and that's fine. Now ZMM have the numbers to play with, and on a bonus like this, sure, it's not as great as having full rifles in your hand, but it's still going to give you a real good shot at being able to make this even.
Exactly. It's doable now. 5v4 might not have the weapon advantage, but Foe finds another one. Beautifully done. Getting aggressive there, and it pays off just momentarily. 3v4 here. TSM Academy on the post plan. Yep, Sci-Fi pushing into A-main. Oh, he's going to go down. Rebo is good, but now stuck. Venture in a 1v3. 1v2. Almost finds the shot onto Boy, dropping him down to 26 HP. But Zero Marksman Black find the bonus round, and that's a big one.
Huge for them as well. Really patient there, shutting out almost every single one. I mean, think about how much easier that round could have been, too, if they had a successful lurk through A main. Just didn't quite work. Shots didn't hit where they needed to, but you know, I didn't have a lot of faults with how they handled that one, too. Full retake on A. Lots of presence over towards B. I want to see them focus hard on A main this round. I think now's going to be a good chance for them to try to establish themselves and really bring this fight early. So be careful with it. You're up against pistols, but you need something convincing over towards A. Make this map as scary as possible in every single respect with DSM. And maybe you'll find yourself on winning ground, so to speak.
Let's see.
Towards A, at least for the most part. 2 people pushed up, though. Looks like they just pop flash themselves through. I like it. Think about all the info they have now, and there's a prowler through B main. They know this has to be in mid control. They've seen absolutely nothing otherwise.
Yeah. And they're comfortable giving them the space because they're aware. You know, they've got Foe rather, waiting on the backside here. Keen to it. And they're watching both sides, main and flank. They're just letting them have this entire mid area.
KO'd. Oh. Not really letting up on the gas at all, aren't they? Oh, patient. Haunts out. Punishes the Odin user over towards lane. There's the farm we were hoping.
Yeah, great tether there. Locks down that push entirely. And Foe's good for 3. The Haunt connects. And Critical finds another one on the round. Zero Marksman Black. That's 3 in a row on the second half. That is Momentum City. And now TSM Academy, they're going to have weapons finally. But Zero Marksman Black, they've got an economy built up. They've been saving. They've got their 401k. They're chilling. So they've got a little bit of room to work with.
I think you have a lot of fun that you could have as well. Again, with this B setup, I can't help but keep my eyes on it. Especially now that you have the Nightfall in play. You know, you start running into some ideas where you could do like a mid-round Nightfall through B main. Just try to spam them down through the paper mache walls. You have a lot of really cool things that you can be doing for ZMM. And they're going for what the weirdest strat of all, completely giving up A and going for a mid-crunch instead. This is a unique look on the take, but hell, it might just work out for them. Look at how much they've taken. Oh, this is beautiful. A is completely open for business, mind you, but TSM haven't even breached it.
Yeah, this is awesome, TSM Academy.
Oh my god, ZMM.
Not sure what that one was.
The Miss Satchel.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder connects only onto 1 in tree as Sim finds 2. As Sci-Fi claps back, it's a 3-on-3. Smoke is opportune. And now the Fade on defense using their ult as well. It's just tied up, and both ultis are active here, but both sides slowing it down immensely. Pure can't die. If he overextends and dies here, the round may just be over. And Rebo keen to it yet again. TSM Academy looking good in a 3v2 now. Zero Marksman Black. They're at a disadvantage. They've got the Tour de Force in the pocket. It hasn't been popped yet, but they might be thinking about it because they need to make something happen here. Just as they're sending their Fade now into market to play B-Man. Rebo. Cognizant of it, but it's not good enough. Foe, good for 1. Throws out the eye. It's going to get popped. Realizes there's more, and the trail is being followed. The dog connects. Goes for the blind. Foe falling back onto the site. Can't hear anything. It's a 2-on-2. Foe finds 1. He needs to tuck away. Wait for his teammate to arrive. ZK, cognizant that the other one might be just close around the corner. Finds 1, but Foe peeks around the corner just in time. 3 in a row. Zero Marksman Black find a great round and bring it to just 3 rounds to separate the 2 teams.
God, Foe has been playing phenomenally across these 2 maps so far. Despite his team being down 0-1 and very scary position for the second as well. He has brought a lot of life for them. Right now, I think there's a good argument to be had that arguably this defense has been better for ZMM Black. Bringing some new ideas at the beginning of each round has been incredibly difficult for TSM to play up against, hence why they're calling a timeout now. But think about that idea right there, right? I mean, the gamble, Jimbasco, that they had to completely concede A, at least for this early round. And then once they finally finish their mid-crunch, forcing them back into their own spawn, the attackers, then, only then, do they realize, okay, it could be an A push. And they rotate, I think it was either 3 or 4 players over. They shut that out early, and it really only went wrong once Bior died. Otherwise, it was a 3v3, yes, but it felt like they had a lot of control in their favor, and they could have easily shut that out. Rebo gave them a chance, but once again, just fantastic calling. A job well done from Foe. Finishes them strong. ZMM are up to 7. 5 in a row, flawless, man. That is something to be proud of.
This is almost like part of their game plan or something. You couldn't convince me otherwise, right? Like, just hustle them for the first half, figure out their reads, and then in the second one, bring this comeback energy. Because, like, this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is like a repeat thing we see from these squads. Yeah, literally. And so it's beautiful now that it's only a 3-round game. Of course, Zero Marksman Black on the defense. TSM Academy on the offense with the spike. Over towards the B side, it looks like TSM are setting up an A fake to try and draw some members from Zero Marksman Black over towards that side so they can hopefully get onto the B site for pretty much free.
All quiet for now. Made like this buddy system that they're also trying to utilize over towards Catwalk. Yeah, the Asher and Fade both there. ready to take fights whenever. Critical is going to be the first one to spot a player. Around the 50-second mark. Throw a shock dart, at them, scare them off. Doesn't seem like TSM Academy are exactly enthralled with the idea of finishing over towards B. The spike slowly making its way up towards top mid. For a potential and likely finish over towards A. Double satchel play would probably be their best bet. Exactly what's going to happen. They take care to fully clear problematic area of hell. The site is all theirs, but we're going to be entering a 5v5 retake. This is the point where we pray for our observer, Shelton. Good luck having to observe this 5v5 retake. Things are about to get hectic here, Jim Basco.
Yeah, TSM Academy, they've got an astral wall to work with as well. Let's see how they play this post plant. As it's a 5v4, ZK gets one, drops down to just 8 HP. Yeah, it's massive as Rebo finds a second. It's the 1-2 punch yet again, and the astral wall being deployed now, locking them into hell. Sci-Fi needs to get into this pit of Vipers, and he's going to go down as a thrifty round is on the board for TSM Academy, shattering the momentum streak of Zero Marksman Black, finally putting one on the board for TSM Academy in this half.
And it took that. It took a full exec and a 5v5. I mean, those shots being hit were absolutely nasty. The fact that really they weren't traded either. I completely understand if it's after the wall goes down, if they have problems stringing them. ZK, mind you, he had one of the most important winning, factors in that round. But man, those trades need to be coming out quicker from ZMM. That was incredibly problematic from them. The flick spray from Sim to find one. We'll talk more on it later. It looks like ZMM, Pit Angry, are going to try to retaliate with a round of their own, but it's come out even. 4v4 to start, basically. Ways down. That's a lot of your push potential gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And almost a massive opening for TSM Academy there. But an opening nonetheless. Dropping down that Astra to just like 10 HP. It's going to be key to communicate that and try to play around it, spot around as they're using the drone now.
Oh, this
from
info's
market.
Big.
Yep, spots one out, but the push is still coming out from Harmful as the stun follows up into market here. Harmful tucked close, watching as the rest of TSM Academy out onto the B site. They're able to clear it and are going to get the spike plant.
Critical's in a very, very important position right now. Either he can't die, he needs to wait for a trade to take care of this person. Harmful's out on an island alone. Will he be saved?
Nice.
He doesn't need your help. He doesn't need to be saved. This man has built a raft of his own. He floated out of there, victorious with 2 kills in tow. TSM, they move on to match point after Harmful somehow wiggles himself out of what was a near unwinnable position. TSM maybe had their bases covered elsewhere, but man, he looked stylish while doing it. CMM, look at their money as well. It is terrible.
Yeah, I think wiggles himself out was the best way to put it because that man was moving.
Left,
right,
man.
strafing. Yeah, just dodging those shots. Beautifully done. And of course, if you're not aware, if you're strafing left and right, if you shoot at the very moment where your left input ends and your right input begins, there's a dead zone where you can shoot and be completely accurate. And so that's what these guys are doing. Strafing, extremely important. Yes, exactly. Strafe and counter strafe, extremely important mechanics. YouTube is your friend if you're not familiar with them. But looks like the aggression mid is metered, and he has to fall back.
That's good from Sci-Fi, though. He doesn't give up his life, able to TP out safely. Getting the precise timing for that can be difficult as well. I know Chamber has a easy out button, but the time to kill is so low. Every millisecond matters. ZMM now going to be trying to pivot their attention over towards B. They grab the orb. After that Nightfall, I believe. What's their next move? Not really them versus
TSM Academy. Yeah, keeping it slow. Really just trying to push up without making much noise whatsoever. Keeping Zero Marksman Black on their toes.
From Sci-Fi.
Exactly. Harmful caught out there. And just like that, TSM Academy happy now to try and push through here as Sim finds one. ZK finds a second. Boy, tucked in the corner, is in a great spot, but he's not able to capitalize on it. And TSM Academy now in the lead as Critical equalizes. 2-on-2, great shot on the fadeaway there. Venture now in 1v2. He's got health to support this play. Can he find the shots? TSM Academy, they're on match point here. Venture could send them into the victory. Zero Marksman Black want to stay in the game, want to take it to a potential map 3, want to take it a breeze. Venture playing from hell now, recon out. Yeah, he needs to stay hidden here.
It's going to be so good to divide your fights. Just space matters. He taps the spike. He can't really contest it from this position. He needs to move out. And that's where Critical will be waiting, but he hits the flick. Venture gets both. TSM Academy close the series out. We won't be seeing the sunny shores of Breeze. TSM, they're going to instead move on to the round of 8, looking stylish. Venture, what a massive play by him.
In like the last possible second, this guy hits the flick. That was,
We don't do flick of the day here, man. You don't need to do like that. I mean, sheesh.
The first one was good, and the second one was just, I wish we could get, if there's any way, like a glimpse of what the timer on the defuse looked like when that man died, because that was close.
Airs.
Oh, beautifully done. Keeping them from potential map 3, keeping them from a potential match loss. Beautifully done, Venture. Just a menace on this map, all map long. Shuts it down, man. 13-7. Beautiful stuff from TSM Academy.
Yeah, ZMM, they had all the makings of a really good defensive side there as well. Obviously got shut out before too long. TSM with some really strong adaptations, particularly in their mid to late rounds. But early rounds, I was loving some of the setups that ZMM were showing. It feels kind of disingenuous to think that they should be kind of sad with this 16th or 13th to 16th place finish, because they had a lot to prove. They really did. And the fact that they had to meet TSM Academy, it sucked. But, you know, we can take a look at the bracket, see how things are shaping up now.
Yeah.
Sure, at least a couple of other games have finished. That one felt like a marathon.
That was crazy. I'm just glad we got to see that, but let's take a look at the bracket. Yep, Dark Zero winning 2-0 over Headhunters. Not too surprising there. Maidenless 2-0 over Stasis. Virtuoso 2-0 over Texas A&M. Great match, I'm sure. Cosmic Divide, strong squad there. 2-0 over Flex Gaming. And Lennytime V19, a squad we're familiar with. 2-0 over the Ganachis, which is also a very star-studded squad. So I'm sure that was a great match. And, you know, we'll have the victor from that moving forward as C9 Academy moves forward, and Nearest Airport as well in dominant showings across the board. So congratulations to all of the first round victors there in the round of 16. As we head on into the playoffs, though, you can see the quarterfinals matchups are lining up before your very eyes, with Dark Zero and Virtuoso going up first, Lennytime V19, Nearest Airport next, Maidenless, Cosmic Divide in third, and TSM Academy versus C9 Academy in fourth. And that looks like that will be our match on stream today. So we've got a pretty good one coming up for you. I'm excited, Ito. What about you? How do you feel about that?
You have some beautiful games that you're going to be looking at here. C9 Academy, TSM, you can't really go wrong with it. I feel like that Dark Zero Virtuoso game is going to be beautiful. And, man, really not much you can say other than I think it's going to be gorgeous in Basco.
Yeah, it's going to be glorious. But you can also be glorious if you join a website like Metafy and get some coaching today, because gamers around the world, this might blow your mind, but they're getting better, they're getting faster, and they're getting stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. So you too can get trained by the best pro players in the world by booking a live session now. Make sure you use promo code STREET20 for 20% off. It's free money. It's free knowledge. It's not free. You do have to pay for it, but it's a great coaching session. And you too could be a star like all these players today. Of course, there's tournaments like these happening all across the country and at LANs near you, so get involved today. But with that said, we're going to head to a short break. We'll be back shortly after with the quarterfinals.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Ducks just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that. Hunter sure he used. It's Aries to pick up one. Oh my god! What? 3 Aries cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's gonna take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
know, it would have been so promising if we did see Breeze before. It is the NSG Summer Champs after all, and I feel like the summer, the beach, they go hand in hand, right, Jim Basco? I don't know. I could be wrong. Welcome back, though. This is open number 13. I made sure to look that up. My name is Ito, and again, I'm joined by Jim Basco. We have a hell of a game on our hands. TSM versus Cloud9. Just our academies, though.
Their academies, yeah. A lot of star-studded talent on these teams, and like you said, sad that we didn't get to go to Breeze, but happy we got Icebox. There is a heat wave currently in effect somewhere, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of the Earth.
How did we get here, man?
What's that?
How did we get here? Both in climate change and the bracket as well. Like, how did we get here?
I don't know, but I'm really happy that we're privileged now to get an opportunity to view TSM Academy versus C9 Academy. Of course, TSM looked dominant in that matchup. First map was 13-11, way closer, but the second one, they picked it up. It was Zero Marksman's map pick, and even then, they dominated. So C9 Academy now showing up with Lear, JMO, Thief, Giza, and Nilyaz. They have their work cut out for them, both these squads. 2-0s in their previous matches, so momentum riding high for both these teams. It's really just time to see how this clash turns out, because it's going to be nothing short of a clash.
Yeah, nothing short of a clash for sure, and I think there's also, you know, the conversation be had about, you know, are these teams feeling fatigued at all? They just got off of a BO3. Now they're going to have to head straight back into it, as we can also look at our setting, our destination for where we're going to be ending up as well. But you know, it was 2-0s, but you're against some pretty formidable opponents for TSM. They just took on Zero Marksman Black, and Icebox, by the way, was a part of that. And then, of course, C9 Academy just faced off against, I believe it was Resonate, which is a pretty, you know, not a team to sneeze at either. But I have to say, immediately looking at these maps, the fact that 2 of them out of the potential 3 are ones that we've seen before for TSM seems like a pretty favorable draw for them.
Yeah, feels good. Feels like home. But as we've seen from so many of these weekly series, Ascent and Haven are like 2 of the always picked maps, and for great reason. They're just great classic maps. It's usually Icebox or Bind as a decider, or you know, as the third map. But gonna be familiar territory for both these squads, like you're saying. Fatigue comes into play because they've been playing a couple of BO3s already. TSM Academy obviously has more experience just playing on these maps right now, and so maybe they're hotter, maybe they're not. Maybe C9 Academy are feeling more fresh. We'll have to see how it actually pans out as we look at their compositions. But do we have any input as to that? Does VLR give us the insight as to their compositions here on these maps?
I mean, when it comes to Icebox, right, I feel like we already kind of have our answer for what TSM would be running, considering we just saw them, right? I mean, I guess Cloud9 Academy is a little bit more of a question mark. I think the last time they've played it, it's been a while. But I'm trying to remember. I think they run Chamber. I mean, it's like a pretty bog standard comp. It's like Chamber, Viper, Sage. I think that, I mean, you know, they run a bog basic comp. Do they actually run the KJ? I think Nilly might be running KJ and it's also Chamber.
Maybe. That might be awesome to see. The double Senti is something that we don't see too often because, like you said, there's a lot of options for this map, right? Sova's great. Fate is great.
Okay, I was right.
Raze is great.
Probably going to be seeing Lear, yeah. So Nilly, I think, probably 6 to KJ here. KJ, I mean, hey, look, I want your thoughts. Underutilized on this map, yes or no? KJ's based. KJ's based on this map.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally hate KJ. KJ and Cypher. I just hate them both.
Wow.
Not because I hate them, because I think they're bad. I just hate them. I have a personal vendetta against them both.
Oh, that's fair.
Less KJ than Cypher.
Rude.
Yes.
You don't even hate Chamber.
But KJ is really good on this map, but I do think the prevalence of util agents like Raze and Sova, like, I don't know, there's so many opportunities to move around this map that it makes KJ feel less ubiquitous, as unlike like Ascent, you know, she has great little nooks and crannies to tuck that lockdown into that make pretty much unstoppable. I don't know how I feel about this double Senti no duelist comp here on the side of C9 Academy, but if this is what they've been running, I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, again, you already heard me. I'm a big fan of the KJ on Icebox. A little bit less standard. I think this is Fnatic comp. I really need to go ahead and become a little bit more up to date on the comps that each team is running nowadays. But I mean, look, again, I'm a big proponent of it. They're going to be starting out on defense. I feel like you're going to be seeing a lot of nerdy setups. Replacement of the Sage as well, right? I mean, you said that you're not a fan of the double Senti, no duelist, but we're seeing a double Senti, at least on the side of TSM Academy as well. Plus, they have a lot more relevant experience. C9 doesn't have that, right? They haven't played it today. They haven't been able to kind of run a couple of execs already, kind of get themselves on familiar territory. Probably going to be waiting until Haven until we see that. TSM, I think they head into this match, at least on this map, as the favorites. Not for the series as a whole, but Icebox, they need to kind of show us how it's done. Drone out early towards B. Again, the cocktail of utility from the KJ remaining on towards B. I think TSM actually want to take this quickly. C9 only have one player at the ready, that being the KJ in hand, excuse me. They're going to get this plant down for free.
Yeah, Timmy decided for pacifism today. Decided not to shoot there. Sim taking the space, though. Nade going to create a little bit more towards the underside of the tube as Nilyaz connects. Yellow gives him a bit of an advantage. However, this wall is just going to be a nuisance. So, C9 Academy tasked with a challenge. Let's see how they approach it. Recon out. Ooh. Scan is good as Sim still tucked in. Finds one, but is traded out by Thief and Lear. C9 Academy have the advantage. Rebo in 1v2. Close quarters. And JMO. Headhunter shot. Shuts it down. C9 Academy start things off on the right foot. 1 round in.
Hell of a retake from them as well. Lear's flank I was a little bit concerned about. Felt like he wasn't exactly activating for a good amount of time, but he came in, got his single kill, forced Rebo to do the 180 to trade him out. Sure, he didn't get all the kills there, but I felt like he played a very, very important position there. Lear got his too. You can just go ahead and put it that way. Very well-structured retake, and I think also to mention, that dart was huge too. There was somebody on TSM, I want to say it was ZK, pre-aiming where the dart would most likely land, and he's just kind of coasted off the floor, ended up pinging out 3 people, which is massive.
Yeah, the double bounce really caught him off guard. They were ready for just 1, but 2. Yeah, and just that 1 scan was enough, so beautifully done. That's the one advantage you have over like a Fade Watcher, right? You can just completely destroy that, whereas the dart bounces around is a little bit of a nuisance. But TSM Academy on the push here, 4-man presence coming out towards the B site. Viper Wall is up, and Lear going for some spam.
Buying time for retake here, it seems.
No Musubi, though. He's not going to find any connections, and it's a 5-on-5 as TSM Academy with the plant down. And pistols in hand, they're able to back up, but not before Lear connects, finally, from Snowman.
Yeah. That mid lurk was probably their only good chance of being able to win this, but they're taken down by Thief. This is probably where you see the cleanup crew come in, do their job. Try to stay alive as well. Nilly already defusing. Just like that. Good cleanup from C9 Academy. It will be a flawless at that. I mean, not really too much to say about that one. TSM were banking on the fact that they could go ahead and get that mid-lurk in. Didn't work out, but I think it is promising to note that they also did get the plant down. C9 Academy, that says a lot about their setup. They're completely fine playing retake. They've done it twice now. Let's see if it happens for a 3rd time as we enter the bonus for C9 Academy.
Yeah, almost makes sense that C9 Academy would be playing for that retake. Granted that they don't have these duelists, right? If they try to engage these fights early, maybe they lose them due to some crazy raise util or whatever it may be. So why not? So great stuff from C9A. Now TSM Academy, they're on a bye here. They've got to win this round. C9 Academy have an opportunity to really capitalize on some momentum.
I'm in a precarious position right now, or more so I think JMO precarious position here. I think he might be spotted out. Not quite. He has a getaway tool as well, but he's staying more than comfortable on top of this white box. He'll eventually dismount from it. And would you look at that, C9 Academy get out. Only a scratch on their single player. TSM completely down. They're duelists as well. I mean, hey, you're talking a no duelist comp. How about forcefully making it a no duelist comp? 4v5, Giza in a tricky position towards the box on the back of site as well. This could be very, very bad for TSM.
Giza undetected in the bottom of rafters. He's staying alive, but just barely, and then he gets spotted out, and that entire box is permeable, and so that's not going to end well at all, as TSM Academy now flipping the round on its head in a 4v3. They've got the post plant set up. Nilly back sight, tries to swing out, do some schmaction with that Spectre, but Rebo's going to shut him down as JMO claps back. C9 Academy drop down to just 1 member, and Harmful ends it there as they finally win the round. It was important they won this bye round. And C9 Academy, coming into this one, we're on round 4. they'll have a bye. TSM will have a bye. And Ito, we got a game.
Yeah, great composure. Great composure from TSM there. They're down a player, and I was worried more so about that position because Giza, you know, TSM didn't exactly take the site very well. There was a chance that he could have been able to divide his fights, but you're right. Box is fully permeable. Harmful was just posted on the angle. He ended up finding 4 in the round, but that was a full team effort as well. I don't want to go ahead and try to, you know, put it all on one person. TSM, they took that very, very well. Covering from the 4v5, denying the bonus, and yeah, like you mentioned, full rifle round from both teams. And this is a very similar strat to what we saw in Pistol as well. The drone through B, grabbing that space, potentially grabbing the orb as well. Yeah, seems like it. Sim, be the bearer of it.
Yeah, let's see what they do. TSM Academy working their way up slowly. Up B main.
I think they leave
Not trying
here.
to give away too much. They might leave, creating some presence. They're on yellow, just hanging out. C9 Academy, though, they're keen to it not to overextend, waiting topside. They've got great positions. So they're letting TSM have back yellow. Go ahead, but you need to plant the spike. So to cross over, you're going to have to deal with the chamber. You're going to have to deal with the entire 3-man squad here. And so great discipline now from C9 Academy to continue to hold. TSM continue to push. They're slowly clearing out these angles. Beautifully done. Yeah, taking the space here. And JMO realizes there's presence there, needs to bust down the wall. Rebo going for the plant, and he's going to get knocked out by Nilly as Lear is getting ready to swing from the top of the site.
Not much time remaining, only 30 seconds. Plenty. Go ahead and get your plant down. But you have to rely on Venture here. He's only able to find the first. Yeah, Sam had actually been able to turn this around in the blink of an eye. What even happened? 4 kills in just a couple of seconds, but Lear's still alive. He's gotten 3 of his own as well.
Through the smoke. Off the spike. They're playing ring around the Rosie, around the left side now. ZK versus Lear. Spike going down. Lear progressing around the left, and he's good for the shot. 4 on the round. Harmful had a fantastic clapping back, tying things up, giving TSM Academy the lead for just a moment, but Lear had enough. Finding 2 from the top of site initially, and then finding 2 more to clutch out the round. C9 Academy at 3-1. That was important.
Ridiculous round. I mean, at least on paper, it kind of feels like C9 just kind of gave up a couple too many bodies. Also worth noting, lots of pings over towards B. I think they're going over that round in their head as well. What went wrong? But at least what it feels like on paper, I'd have to take a look at it again. It feels like C9 were forcing a lot of fights, and they ended up losing a lot of them. Kind of relied on a hero effort from Lear, but he is one of those scariest players, I think, in this sort of the tier 2, tier 3 sort of scene. I think tier 2 a bit more relevant for him, but he is one of the scarier players here. Sometimes he'll just kind of get away with rounds like that. JMO, he's also very scary as well. That's quite a bit of prowess.
Good shot, gets back to safety. At the end of the day, the best thing you can do for your team is stay alive. So he accomplishes that. So good stuff. C9 Academy, they're on the defense. They know TSM have to push. They're not going to overextend. They're not going to give away any free picks. They're trying to get some info. You can see the Sova from the side of the defense. They're watching under tube, and with that smoke being deployed now, of course that communication's being sent out, right? They could be under tube. They could be working their way up tube. And with no tripwire, no alarm bot inside the actual tube here, Timmy will be the last line of defense. And he will be waiting in the kitchen. And as soon as he's triggered, just like that, you can see some movement already start to come out from the side of C9 Academy. Keeping their eyes trained on the back kitchen. Pings are out with the wall up as well. TSM Academy committing onto the B site with a Viper's Pit up in kitchen. This is definitely unique.
Walk through. I think they actually managed to kill that storm grenade before it was fully effective. Great spam! Nilly's able to drop the bomb. Doesn't exactly fall all the way down. I think ZK is planting such a safe position where there's no way he dies from here. But Nilly's going to go up close and personal. He finds one, takes care of the Viper's Pit. Now we enter such a rough position. This ain't your EG, Venture. You can't spam this angle. And I think the round just might be given up. What a strange call. I love it from TSM. Not a completely unusual strat, but Nilly was in a perfect position to deny that. He had the quick thinking. A small little morale boost to jump up and deny the plant himself. Something to be proud of.
Yeah, definitely, like you mentioned, though, a little controversial, to say the least. You know, opinions can be had on that round, and I think it's smart from TSM Academy to call that timeout here. Let's recoup, We could end it at an 8-4. It's 4-1 right now. TSM Academy are in the deficit after a pretty interesting round. But they should be on an eco, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're setting themselves up now for their long-term strategy. What are they trying to accomplish with this eco, and how do they set themselves up for success in the round afterwards in round number 6?
I mean, I really feel like on Icebox, TSM could find a lot of value, similar to what they've done in the past by keeping a player in late yellow box or something like that, and then just trying to gather space slowly, keep somebody in a precarious position. It feels like they've been given a lot of A for free. Their chamber has just kind of set up shop there, remained there for a while. I don't know. It feels like it's not that they need to take things slower. I think they just need to try to, again, gather themselves in kind of weird positions and then take things as a full exec later on. TSM, I don't know. It feels like they're incredibly close to being able to figure out stuff here. I mean, look how many plants they've gotten down comparatively, too. They're just really struggling in some of these mid to late round calls. It feels like it's been kind of the story of the day as well. I was just praising them for how good their calls have been, and right now, it seems to actually be a little bit more of a struggle. Early round, though, talk about it. 5 all grouped up outside A. Drone to counter as well. Having a nice little mech fight outside A, but for now, what you can focus on is a nice one-way smoke from Thief. Allows him to gather up a nice angle. Kill, walk into him. Now they back.
Gathering as much info as they can, really. And just like that, the execute's coming out onto the site, trying to clear as many angles as possible, but the defender's Killjoy lockdown ultimate ability is being deployed. And so obviously that's going to be a wrench in the situation here, right? Hello, Cat.
Oh. Duck and tail and running. No detains. And what does that mean for TSM Academy too, right? They don't get anything from it. Do they just maintain these positions? They have about 4 here. KJ flirting with the idea of leaving or just watching mid instead. It'll be a re-hit, it seems. Yeah, Killjoy lockdown. I don't know. I'm happy with that.
They're just kind of waiting here. 30 seconds left on the board, and of course they're trying to make it seem to TSM Academy that they've rotated off, of course. But TSM, they've got Harmful on the chamber, just waiting up in B, so they know that nobody's there. Rebo with the wall, clearing some space, trying to get them the safe angle onto site, and as the wall goes down, he's able to navigate his way onto the default. Thief with the peek here. ZK finds the shot through the smoke as Lear claps back for 2 more. It's a 3-on-3. Harmful making his way to the site as ZK and Harmful connect for 2 more, and that's 3rd on the round. Beautifully done, and just like that, the attackers shut it down.
That is ridiculous. Trying to go through my head how that even happened. It seems like it started with Rebo. Again, they forced the plant down early. I mean, I hate the kind of boil down analysis. They hit some really important shots, but God, they really did hit some very important shots, didn't they? I know it says ZMM on your screen, but that was C9 all the way, baby. They find themselves on the losing end, and TSM. God, I'm trying to figure out, how can you pinpoint the exact number? Man, I don't even know.
Trying now to create an opening. We've got Thief deploying that Viper's Pit onto the A side. TSM Academy waiting. Creating some presence, of course, by taking the orb, deploying that boom bot. They're making noise on B, like, hey guys, we're here. They're not pushing, though. This is key. They're making a lot of noise and waiting for an overextension from TSM Academy. And just like that, as they make some more noise, they try to get the showstopper rolling, but the null command from C9 Academy, great on the defense and locks it down, completely denying that showstopper. You hate to see it, but you love to be the perpetrator.
Not a kill, but at least they got some space from it, right? 4 people from C9 Academy still at this site. Even the lone Viper's Pit here. I'm not exactly a huge fan of a re-hit in this position.
Wow, what?
That doesn't quite hit. Spam onto Rebo. Barely gets out. Nope, not quite. Lear is able to find the kill with the spray afterwards. Again, all of C9 Academy are here. They know exactly what's going on. This is just yet another awkward post-plant situation that they need to somehow dismantle. Harmful lies in wait over towards mid, hoping to find an unsuspecting JMO or maybe anybody else. Plenty of action happening on site itself, mind you, but there's still the most important fight is probably going to be here over towards mid. They need to make sure this lurk comes active. C9 are finding all the kills otherwise. That has to be it. I don't even think Harmful has an angle here, nor does ZK. He gets a couple of nice kills, but not the ones they need. C9 Academy will regroup, recoup, grab a 5th. Strange
it's
round.
Just not enough. Yeah, ZK putting up an effort, but TSM Academy getting cut down by Lear and the rest of the C9 Academy squad. That Null Command really just proving to be their demise, really stopping any momentum that TSM Academy had going through B main. So great stuff overall from C9 Academy, looking strong so far. Of course, you can see Lear just hanging out, 12-3. He's having a great time. He's enjoying his afternoon. And you can't fault him for it. Just really exceptional play all around.
Well, the scariest players, man, I'll tell you. Sometimes completely take over games. Hell of an initiator. Bit of a new look that we're seeing from TSM, isn't it? Very quick pivot up towards Tube to try to grab this control over towards Kitchen. I don't think he's going to be meeting for a couple of seconds. No. Lear throws a grenade at him, able to find the kill. Once again, man, of all players to run into, it's Lear. Shooting the body.
He's feeling
make sure he's dead.
Yep, exactly. You can tell. Just the movement is confident. The shots are good. They're hitting. Everything feels good for this man. C9 Academy in the advantage now. 5v4 on the defense. And C9 Academy working with the Hunter's Fury as well. You can see where that Sova for the defense is posted up. Way outside Kitchen. All he needs to do is stay alive and keep an eye on that Tube presence. As TSM Academy now working their way up towards A.
This is a plant denial position, I think, as well. The Hunter's Fury should just barely hit default. I wouldn't be surprised if C9 Academy are going to be completely fine giving up the spike here, or giving up the site. JMO probably just takes a shot and TP's out. Imagine anything crazier. Oh, spots a foot.
30 seconds.
Let's be careful. Yeah, can't peek out too much. They're playing safe about it. This is where the Hunter's Furies come in. Yeah, right on time. Now, look at how C9 Academy move around this. They're actually pushing into the site, just kind of staying on the outer skirts of it, or the outskirts of it. Enter another awkward 4v5 post plant.
Spotted one out in Maze, wants the blood, but can't find it. Sim peeking back, but he's going to be peeking into a devastating couple of teammates there as CSM Academy now dwindled just to one member, 1v2. It's planted for this post-plant situation, but Lear, what a wide and weird peek, but you can tell this guy is feeling it, and he's got to be at what, 15 16 kills at this point. C9 Academy looking good, and
14,
Lear's leading the pack.
14 kills, I believe, for Lear as well. Yeah, no, he has been putting on a star performance right now. He got his 2 there, but I think C9, just as a team, as a whole, played that round to perfection. They got rewarded with their first kill. Again, it was Lear being able to punish the single play that feel like TSM had on hand. They wanted to send a player up through 2. Didn't quite pan out for them. That's okay, it happens. But from there, I mean, the scaling from C9 were great. They knew exactly what they needed to do. In fact, they actually descaled. They gave up the site and were more than happy to play retake. They stayed all outside, used the Hunter's Fury, and from there, I mean, it was just a job of trading, and they did a fantastic job of it. I love how C9 are playing it so far. ESM down, certainly not out. As we move into this next one, they have a chance to shit down JMO. Won't be exactly what they do. As once again, they find themselves down a player, Jimbasco.
TSM Academy, really, they're trying to take so much time to clear out these corners and play slow for an over-aggressive C9 Academy, but C9 are too disciplined, not giving TSM anything that they'd like. And just like that, Harmful finds one in screen, but it's clapped back by Giza. The 1-2 punch is always ready. Shock darts now to try and dissuade the spike plant as the Viper Spit comes down from top of 410. It is good damage. It connects for some.
This is going to be a good
TSM
test,
Academy now. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be close range JMO with an operator in hand. He needs to opt for something else. ZK top of 410, leaving Sim all by his lonesome. And now in a 1v4, they know this spot. ZK, though, can he pull it off? Detects one, drops back down into Maze. Wants a second, but Nilly keen on the corner, clean on the shot. C9 Academy, 7-2.
Yeah, ZK just kind of forced into an uncomfortable position there. Not quite certain what happened for the other players that were also a part of the pit, but seemed like they just got spammed down very early. That was a big test for C9. Having to go up against the Viper's pit, that kills some teams. That kills me. That kills you. That kills everybody. But They managed to
This
dismantle
kills
it.
the baby.
This kills. That is isn't it? This kills the crab. Isn't that
It's
the,
something
the
like that.
OG?
I don't remember.
I don't know. Look, if you want to talk about baby killing, I don't know, man. Jim Basco, I can't stop you there. But right now, I can tell you who's being slaughtered right now. TSM, man, they haven't been able to get anything working. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody here, but this map pick is looking awfully sour for them.
Armful. Out of harm's way, Lear finds one on the defense.
Ooh,
It's
this is
all
risky.
these 1-2 punches that we've been seeing from C9 Academy that really has gone unanswered from TSM Academy. You got to give it to C9 for playing so tight, so together. Their chemistry is on point at this point. TSM working their way up towards B, leaving Harmful to deal with mid. Nilly spots one out, backs on up, and has a molly ready to dissuade the spike plant from taking place.
Swades, but won't stop. Now,
Yeah.
TSM just re-hit this.
Mm-hmm.
So in a silly position right now. Does he actually... What does Rebo do here? He's taking a fight. He has the spike on his back right now. This is an incredibly uncomfortable position he's somewhat forced into. TSM are taking it. That lockdown. Oh, they needed to take it down, but all of them die on their way to
30 seconds left.
the object itself.
Armful in a 1v4. Got the tour de force. 5 bullets to rock. Can he make it work?
Slaying the first fight is difficult. Well played angle from JMO. Cloud9 continue their flawless streak on defense.
It's tough, man.
Comfort. Yeah, I mean, every part of the game state they just feel incredibly comfortable in right now.
Yeah,
TSM.
absolutely.
Feels like none of the ideas are panning out as all. Excuse me, at all. Talking is hard. When you think of solutions, I mean, you come up with. You've already used a tactical pause. You're one per half that you're allotted. Keep on trying. Early.
Boombot good to clear things out early, but yeah, like you're saying, man, it just feels like a full court press from C9 Academy. Seems like they have no fault in their armor, and really, they're so comfortable playing this post, or rather, retake situation. You can see again, C9 Academy with Nilly got the setup that KJ util just allows you. You know, you have so much denial, so much information gathering, and of course, at the same time, has presence through tube. Nilly top sight here. Phantom in hand. Mollies are out. Denies it for just a while more. And in these couple of seconds that Nilly is bought, C9 Academy rotating everyone over. And just like that, the wall is coming through and they're pushing into Snowman. This is unorthodox to say the least.
Unorthodox, and maybe not for the worst reason in the world. They trade 1 for 1. That could have gone disastrously wrong. They get the resurrection out, but now they need to punish Giza, and they're struggling doing it! Thief and Giza combined for 3. TSM, they're shattered right now, as they now have to give up 9. That was a hell of a promising attempt as well. They managed to stop that potential collateral that they got when they're trying to push to Snowman. They got the spike down. But as soon as the resurrection came through, that's when C9 eventually got all their rotates in. It's a small denial with the swarm grenade, isn't it? That bought them enough time to send in a player through Snowman.
That's all
it was a killer.
Is, you know? It's not about damage. It's not about sending a message. It's about buying time. And those 5 to 10 seconds is exactly all that C9 Academy needed. And Nilly knew it. So he played out of harm's way, safe, mollied at the first moment that it made sense, and you know, didn't even give them an opportunity to try and destroy that util. So as we're on the last round of the half here, C9 Academy are at 9 rounds, TSM are at 2. So you know, the curse may come into play. TSM Academy may be working towards that, maybe building something off of that, but Nilly has some other thoughts about it as it's equalized out quickly by Sin.
Good adaptation there from TSM. They realized that sending 1 through 2 wasn't the safest idea, so they brought Sim along as well. Although Harmful went down, they had the trade available. At least keeps them even in this playing state. Since they now have also Hunter's Fury in play, they have the Showstopper, that gives them some potency. They want to make this into an exec, they have a Showstopper. They want to deny or play Post Plant, they have a Hunter's Fury, but thing is, so do C9. I'll give him a little bit of extra time. And look, those rotates are coming through. Lear is able to catch one, on the lurk. Thief denies plant yet again. I mean, it was looking so good.
Yeah.
It was looking promising.
It really was. With this Hunter's Fury is just out of spite, you know, he's like, I'm going to try to get one on the way out. He's going to try to cancel.
He's just trying to get his weekly mission done, you know?
That's it, man.
Use your ultimate.
Challenges, dude. Yeah, use your ultimate 40 times. Great stuff. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, C9 Academy just play it so clean. TSM, even the way that they utilize their utility there with the Hunter's Fury, just connecting for 80 damage a pop to 2 people, and then Thief following it up with the Molly, that was enough to just completely shock the plant. They were dead. As soon as she went for the plant, she was dead because she was already at such low HP. It's just brutal. C9 Academy now, though, flipping onto the attacker side. 10-2, looking at dominating the first half and hoping to continue into the second.
Hoping indeed, but TSM, we saw what they can bring out on their defensive end in their last game against Zero Marksman Black. They ended up winning this map 13-11. To say that they can't pull off the miracle again. Deep Flash, try to play anti-dart to begin. This, him pushing up on the first round. Great kill onto JMO. That is the sort of start that TSM need. They don't overstay their welcome, too. He backs off over towards pipes. 2 players located towards B. Mid almost entirely open right now. They have a kitchen trip. That way they can't really, or they don't have to worry, excuse me. Put a flank through there, but the site itself is going to be the real challenge. Harmful is stuck in a rut right now. He's knifed out. Oh, he'll be able to get away because of the Viper Orb.
Thief. The lonesome entry. The snake. Down at the bottom of default. Close quarters here. Harmful pulls out the gat and gives him the blap from a range, man. As Sim finds 3 on the round. TSM Academy. Good stuff. You know, opened it up with a really nice shot from Sim and kept it going. So beautifully done. They pick up a pistol.
Dynamic defensive setups are going to be the key to TSM winning this round. And I can't imagine that's going to be part of their default. You know, if you send Sim there too many times, eventually he's going to be red. But for a pistol like that, being able to read the pace that C9 are going to be playing at, it worked great. He hit a nice shot as well. He didn't even need to. He could have taken his time. They were unsuspecting of the man entirely. Equally as important of a round right here, though. It will be a full save. C9. Hoping to buy it for the third. Not really harboring too many thoughts, too many hopes of winning in this one. Oh, Sim. God, he's going all in, isn't he? He takes a shot, but he bought a Vandal. Gotta stay alive with that thing.
Gotta stay alive. Second round Vandal is deadly if used properly. And that's one way to do it. Great stuff there. Nilly, close range with the classic. Finds one. ZK shuts it down. TSM Academy, take the bonus. You love to see it. And here, I mean, take the eco rather. And we're heading into the bonus. TSM Academy, they're going to have some weapons to work with. Because Sim bought that Vandal second round, Harmful opting for the Operator in the third.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes have to be on him.
Yeah, exactly. And they're thinking about this, right? Because C9 Academy, their opponent, is already at 10. They don't have a round to give them on a bonus. You know what I mean? So they're thinking, we need to win every single thing, and this is why we're seeing this Operator now.
Yeah, again, it feels like this is going to be incredibly important how they play around Harmful here. He's one of the kind of cornerstones of this roster as a whole. He consistently puts up very strong numbers, but beyond numbers, his impact is undeniable. Even in this game alone, the few rounds that TSM have had, a lot of them have been thanks to his doing. Right now, he remains as a B anchor, almost solely the B anchor as well. Silva will go back to help him out, provide himself as a trade. Think about how C9 have slowed this one down.
And I love the positioning of C9 Academy. You know, even though they have their chamber deep on B, they've got the Sova playing top beach site still to trade him out or be there for support in case he needs it. They're not leaving him completely alone. C9 Academy opting for some aggression here. They get spotted out and they tuck into spots deeper onto the site. This is what you need to do on defense. Yeah, and this is tough for TSM Academy. I mean, for C9 rather, as they try to break through. They're able to find 3 in a row, busted open, and TSM Academy left to just the 2 members that were on the B site in a 2v3 retake.
It was really rough for Rebo. He got his too. I think it's more so a matter of everybody else. Impossible to catch everything that happened. A scramble of kills.
Spots one out, just misses it, finds it eventually though, trying to get the shots down into the nest. He connects on one of them through the wall, and it's a 2-on-2 spike tap rather, coming through. Defuse on the way. They're looking for halfway through, and Nilly finds one and finds the second. Drops down to 6 HP, but he's able to clutch it out. C9 Academy at 11 rounds on the board, and TSM, having bought on that round, they're kind of in a pickle, my friend.
Incredibly so. Rough. I mean, TSM Academy. Again, I feel like Rebo wasn't to fault there. But in general, those were not exactly the safest positions that they could have been holding on A. It was just a standard take from C9 Academy. I really feel like you can't dissect it too much, but they won every fight again that they needed to. And yeah, a little small micro thing that I think you can mention as well is that Harmful actually decided to get off the spike, give it to his comrade in arms instead, and he was going to go ahead and fight Maze. Didn't work out for them, but I love the small little decision making that TSM were trying there. If it panned out, that could have been a beautiful round for them.
TSM Academy, though, feeling the pressure, man. They're getting antsy here.
Whoa.
They're trying to take control of the game. C9 Academy have the read. This is beautiful. C9 Academy expecting something frantic and frenetic from the side of TSM, knowing that they have them on the back foot. And C9 Academy played the mental game so beautifully. It's something we've talked about before. And really, these calls, mid-round, cognizant of the mental state of the enemy team are what separates this squad from TSM. 5 members remaining. TSM down to just Rebo here. And C9 Academy are looking at game point shortly.
Map point, for sure. Game point, I mean, hey, if things continue in this fashion, just maybe. TSM Academy. This one was a close one. Close bout between them and ZMM. Ended up just barely inching it out. This one, definitely those cracks being exposed. Like a plumber. Come on, that was a good one. Plumber's crack. All right, work with me on this one, man. It's late. I'm gonna have dinner.
That was pretty good.
Anyway. Rebo, hey, look, he saved a gun.
He saved a
Actually
gun.
gets a vandal here, too. That's nice. He gets a vandal.
Yeah, why not bad?
Cool.
Yeah,
what needs to happen now? You need 8. And Harmful has a Bucky. Again, dynamic defensive sides, I think, are going to be incredibly important for them. Can't seem to recall if they actually tried pushing at B early last time around. I think it wouldn't be a bad shout for them to give. Oh wait, no, of course, yeah. They had the 2 players push in right around where Lear was. Both of them caught off. I mean, it feels like C9 again. They are just being incredibly thorough, wherever they need to be. Aggro double satchel in towards their own spawn. Giza might die. No, doesn't even take a lick of damage.
Ole. He dodges it, no problem. Lear coming out with aggression towards the B site, gets handed a taste of his own medicine as Nilly finds a great headshot through the wall down onto Harmful. With the lockdown out, it's going to be pushing Venture all the way back as far as the eye can see. And of course, breaks the line of sight of C9 Academy with ultimates galore, man. With the Viper's Pit going down, this is nigh impossible for TSM Academy. They do have a resurrection in tow. And they could make things happen, but Venture going down like that makes it all the more tough as Sim claps back. Rebo with the res, it's suddenly a 3-on-3, and suddenly all that much more doable as Sim now works his way around yellow. Giza posted up, gets the peek, and is playing with them as Nilly connects for 2 more. Sim now in a tough spot, needs to try and hit the defuse, but there simply is not enough time. As he finds a 3rd on the round, the poison is coming out. He's ticking down. And he's able to get it halfway through and might actually make his way through to sticking it, but instead the wall will crumble. C9 Academy, 13 rounds, and they're able to take the first map in this best-of-3 quarterfinals.
Boy, I mean, talk about a bit of a different sort of TSM that we saw. I was happy through and through with everything C9 brought to the table there. We saw a couple of glimpses of brilliance from the TSM side as well, but it felt like their map. I really don't feel like there's too much you can take away that we haven't already discussed. I mean, it just felt C9 had an answer to every single thing that C9 or that TSM were throwing at them, rather, including at the very end when there was a wall brought up. You know, they fought inside the pit. Nilly was facing on the other side where none of the action was happening. He got all the kills that he needed. I mean, C9, talk about prowess.
Talk about prowess. Yeah, just looked comfortable, looked casual for them. Of course, it was TSM's map pick as well. So C9 Academy, just big chilling, you know what I mean? And I can't wait to see what they look like on their own map pick, because if they were dominant like that, to that degree on theirs, I can't wait to see what they've got in store. But with that said, Ito, let's go ahead and shout out our sponsors for making this possible. So let's go ahead and talk about Mavix, because they've introduced something called the Elemax. So it's the competitive advantage you've been waiting on. So this thing features cooling, heat, and massage, and it'll keep you gaming forever with its body temper regulation and increased focus. I can't guarantee forever, but the future of gaming is definitely here. Shop now at Mavix.com. Make sure to use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair. So go ahead and get in on it. With that said, we are going to get prepped to get your second map of the quarterfinals. Will Cloud9 Academy take it 2-0 over TSM Academy, or are we heading to map 3? The answer to that after this short break. We'll see you soon.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that. After sure he used, it's Ares to pick up one. Oh my god! What? 3 Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
between the two Academy juggernauts, it was a bit of a thrashing on Icebox. We're going to be moving over to the classic map of Haven for the NSG Summer Chance Open 13, round of 8. My name is Ito, and I'm joined by our boy Jim Bascone. Hey, let's look about how we got here as well. I said it was a thrashing on Icebox, and I wasn't lying. 13-4 in favor of Cloud9. TSM, do you think they can respond now knowing that this is not their map pick, Jim Basco?
They can. There's potential. We know all these players. You guys know all these players. We all love them. We love everybody on the stage today. However, C9 Academy is a Goliath if there has ever been one, and TSM Academy in this equation has to be the David. 13-4 is no... It's sending a message. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more happening there than just the numbers on the screen. So, TSM Academy, do they find it in themselves to be like, we're better than this, and clap back in fashion? Or do they crumble under the pressure? We're going to have to wait and see. And I'm kind of excited and anticipating this adventure we're about to embark on, because I want to see, will they rise to the occasion or will they fall? C9 Academy, dominant, man.
I mean, hey, look, let's be honest here. Even if they don't win this week, they'll probably just come back for the very next Open and face off against C9 again. So, you know, they have plenty of opportunities, let's be honest with you here. But I feel like it's important to mention that, like, TSM, again, they haven't quite ever made the full destined run through these NSG Opens yet. They've always kind of met some resistance, finished kind of that 3rd, 4th place finish. I think their best placement in one of these Open is 2nd place. I don't think they've won then. But C9 Academy, I mean, they're basically the team to beat when it comes to a lot of these Opens as well. So, hell of an opponent to face off in the round of 8, isn't it? And as we move on to Haven as well, I think there's a good discussion to be had about, like, these teams played it recently as well, as recently as yesterday, both of these teams. Ambition is a team that TSM Academy faced off against yesterday, and they won the map narrowly, 13-10, and they ran about the same comp that we're seeing right now.
Good stuff. I mean, hopefully they can repeat that performance. I know they're thinking that in the back of their heads. Hey, we just did this. We can do it again. No big deal. And especially off the back of that last map, maybe they can repeat their performance. But TSM opting for a fade on this one. Popular for sure, coupled with the Rays. Let's see if they can make some 1-2 action happen as C9 Academy locking in something more traditional with the Breach, the Sky, the KJ, and the Omen.
Probably going to see Rebo block the Breach here as well, so get ready to see the dual rolling thunders, and again, pray for our observer. I don't know how you're going to spectate that, but it's going to be a nightmare. I don't know, this comp from C9 always feels weird. KJ on this map, I'm just not a huge proponent of in a lot of times, especially when you're up against a Breach. I just feel like she really finds a lot of her utilization when you have an Astra to combo with, which you don't in the case of C9, you know, or a Fade, which again, you also don't have. C9 though, I mean, again, they also gave a walloping to Resonate just in their match prior to this. 13-3 over them. Go ahead and bring us to this round of 8. They know something we don't, I suppose. KJ, maybe she's back to being meta. I don't know, dude.
I was just thinking about that too, because then you see like people like Ye tweeting, you know, KJ's ulti is 7 orbs or whatever and gets destroyed by a 200 credit ability, and it's like,
yeah,
granted, yes. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, so then maybe you should have just placed your KJ ulti somewhere else. But at the end of the day, it's like such a powerful ability that it needs to be able to be dealt with in fashion. So I don't know. This is why I don't work on a balance team, and this is why the conversation is being had. Is KJ really any good? And so we're obviously going to find out. Will Rebo just shut him down entirely? Or will Nilly, like he did on the first map, find some more success?
I have to imagine. Again, these are not completely unstandard comps. These are the exact ones that I would expect heading into it. We have very recent data on how these did. Sure, level of competition might have been different, but Resonate is no team to scoff at, and I said that prior. Still is going to be the case here. Really, let's see if he can get it done again. TSM, this is a team that will take any opportunity and very well could force us to a 3rd. But it's C9's map pick. Again, they know what they're doing here. Things go wrong, again, they'll face each other next week. 3 set up aggro side of C9 outside A main. What even happens here?
The first fight around this corner, pretty intense for this early in the round and for the position that's taking place. And as Thief is trying to lock down the presence here and hits a lot of neck shots, but Harmful is there to support and finds a trade. JMO returning as well. It's a 4-on-4 damage across the board. And just like that, TSM Academy pulling back, hoping for some presence somewhere else.
Setup still lies in wait. This is actually where we're going to be seeing Nilly able to do something as well. I think, yeah, his turret is still up. He'll make contact with the first, that being Venture. I think he just lies in wait. Tosses out a swarm grenade to buy them a little bit of time. That's all he needs to do. Rotates will come awaiting. Is that still I see Lear on the side of A? He is all alone. Oh, it's great for TSM.
Yeah. Got the concussion ready in hand, fault line cooking. Waiting to be deployed as TSM Academy playing this post plant pretty well. They've got 2, or rather 3 ready towards C long. Harmful. Making his way onto the site, gets stunned by the fault line onto default. Giza posted up, hits a couple of shots, forces Harmful to TP on out of there. Rebo, backside, present. And he finds 2 with the right clicks. He's good for a 3rd headshot as JMO drops down as Nilly as well, down at 20 HP. TSM looking great on this round, and they're able to lock in a pistol.
Yeah, as soon as they got on to C basically uncontested. It was a little bit late. They didn't have smokes to go ahead and allow them to tap that spike, get away with anything for free. Not to mention Rebo, of course, finding his 2. Can't really understate. TSM played that post plant almost perfectly. C9 will find themselves down very early. Still plenty of time for things to go awry. Plenty of ways it could as well. See a Marshall bought up second round for JMO. Full 5 stack over towards C at that. TSM Academy, I don't think they exactly have the read. They aren't going to be running into them anytime soon.
There.
The deep flash down C as well coming through means that there's basically nobody home. It's just a misread. Not much you can say about it. TSM will get a free plant. We have ourselves a 5v5 retake, although I don't think this one is going to be nearly as crazy of a story. 4 people committed to the flank like you mentioned. Actually, down to 3. Only will decide to go elsewhere. At this point, you just try to cause damage. I mean, no harm, no foul in doing it. You basically have invested $0 into this round.
Here.
God, are we going for most boring round or something? What is going on here, man? Do something! Yep, that was one of the rounds I've ever seen. Well, 3 died to Spike. Denying ult points as well as a little bit of money from the side of TSM. C9, I mean, there's not much you can say about it. No action happened. Again, they had the misread. The stack didn't work. We have seen some crazy retakes happen on an Eco like that, right? DRX did it recently, I think at Masters. But, you know, they aren't at Masters. Full gun round for C9 White. C9 White, excuse me, wrong team. Game Changers was only a couple of weekends ago. Caught out with the gravity well, Lear down early. That's actually a huge frag. Now that I think of it from TSM, how did Lear give himself up that easily? That's Vandal down. A huge number for TSM to grab early on. He is one of the big pieces of firepower on this squad as well. Running into the double stack. Great spray control. Sim, he's gotten up to 3 almost immediately. The round has to be done and dusted off of that, and C9 have had absolutely nothing to show for it. Barely even a bullet thrown. I want to play some Valorant. I think it might be me and VMix, my friend.
Oh, yeah, it seems like I was. That's unfortunate. But yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's definitely a marketing arm, esports, for Valorant. Because I'm looking at Sim hit that 3K, that clean recoil control. And I'm like, bro, I kind of want the
flash
Forsaken Vandal. Yeah, like, I kind of want that skin. So clean, So composed. TSM Academy looking completely different on this round. And that's 3 in a row.
Ooh, oh, man. Catching both kills as well. Shelton, you're amazing. How do you catch all those? Look at that number switching. Pressing 1 through 0 like no one else. In all honesty, yeah, I mean, only so much you can say about that. The round was over basically as soon as Sim entered the site. It was a huge first kill to find, and I mean, I don't know how Lear got stuck in that gravity well. You know, it feels like your first reaction should be jump out of it, try to get away from the problem. But he stuck with it, ended up dying for the cause. C9 are back onto a pretty shoddy eco. They have those 2 rifles that they saved up from last time. That's just about it. Harmful. Slow peek up towards B. I love this early aggression.
Mm-hmm.
How did TSM handle this?
It's a strong spot, too.
Oh, it is. Being on the
As
defensive
rotates
end.
Left and right. Exactly. Now, Sim, on his way up garage, gets past the dog. Backs out just in time. JMO was ready to knock him out of this park. Thief. Great spot from platform. Gets one from garage and is out of there. As it's clapped back, Harmful returns, echoes thunder across the map. It's tied up 4-4.
Nice.
We saw the desperate attempt from JMO to catch some on their exit. This is where the mid-round call is really going to come into favor here. They just met some contention over towards C, so they're going to back up entirely, clear out their angles as well, and Nilly goes down. And that's both hero rifles, I believe, taken care of. No, Thief, excuse me. He's actually still in the server, and he's still going to be able to frag one more. It comes down to Lear. 1v2, Vandal in hand, picked up off the corpse of his teammate. This becomes possible. Has a flash as well. The Nightfall misses him. He swings around the corner, finds one. Quick flash around. It got the blind. He knows that he has to be remaining around. It's all a matter of who hits this shot a little bit better. The answer will be ZK. He grabs round. TSM, they stay flawless on Haven.
Jesus. ZK with the heat. The Ferrari peak right there. That was wild. You know, from Lear, you're expecting patience. You're expecting maybe a slow push. ZK, all the confidence in the world, swings around that damn corner, hits that headshot, knocks him out of the park. Beautifully done from TSM Academy. C9 Academy now on a not ideal buy, but they're still rocking with an operator on the defense. So,
I mean, that was
this round definitely possible. That was.
Well, minus the 2 hero rifles that they saved. Yeah, I mean, I'd be more concerned if they didn't have enough money to buy here. JMO getting that operator in hand, you have to be curious how that's going to change up their style of defense. They have been, for the most part, other than 1 or 2 people peeking generally A-long early, they've been completely passive of it. And wow, okay, talk about a change of pace from TSM Academy. They're just going to run in towards B, get that spike down, and we're already entering a 5v5 post-match basketball.
Oh, the timing nearly great on the double headshot there. Finds the better of both Sim and Venture. Rebo thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but the KJ lockdown deployed. Pushing them off the B site. Yeah, great stuff. Waiting for the congregation onto the B site. Connects on a 4 there with a Rolling Thunder.
But it's being read.
This follow-up. It's being read, like you said, and Lear, good on the shot. Just like that, they've got 5 people to play this retake, and the defuse is coming out, is stopped momentarily by the aftershock as Rebo maintains his life in a 1v5, trying to find the shots, but he's not able to do it in a flawless round from C9 Academy as they find their first point in this map.
God, what a round. What a statement to make, too, for C9 Academy. Completely shutting it out. I can't quite discern how Nilly found those 2 kills to begin. I think he just straight up ran through the C-Link smoke and somehow got 2, but from there, felt like a very expensive committal from Rebo. He tried to deny it with the aftershock. It is so well read from C9 Academy, but it's still only 1 point in their favor. TSM in the early game have been in control. That could go right back to the script that we've been seeing thus far. Important pivot round for TSM Academy here.
Armful, eyes trained on the sky.
Sorry, I just want to mention real quick. Still an operator in the hands of JMO. C is going to be on lock.
Presence in garage being made. Shots being traded. They're going to be back up from the side of TSM, though. As Harmful, once again, he likes this spot a lot. And if you're playing a lurker, this is generally what you should be doing, right? Getting into these weird spots and then allowing your team to rotate across the map so that you being in your weird spot can capitalize potentially on someone like Nilly who's rotating through B. And especially if Nilly gets aggressive here, Harmful might get aggressive as well. So he puts his TP down and he's ready to try and swing through this smoke. It's about to dissipate in the next 5 or 10 seconds here. Nilly holding the exit of it, popping the molly. Harmful, holding close. We'll never expect Nilly on the close left if Nilly goes for the peak here. But he doesn't, and another smoke stops that push entirely. Whew.
A is also almost guaranteed to be closed at this point. They have to run to JMO, and he needs to hit some shots here. Sim is going to try to beat them to the punch. Showstopper out, excuse me. Takes down JMO. TSM fill the kill feed with Harmful finding 2 of his own using his ultimate. And talk about a late round burst from TSM. How can he even break that one down? Patience on the trigger at mid when it came to Nilly, excuse me. But being able to completely dissect the C spike site like that was something special. Amo. God, he needed to hit that first shot, didn't he?
Yeah. And it was so tough, too, because the blind and the paranoia connected, but the recon allowed the Rays to have vision through the paranoia. So you love to see it. Great recon usage, great util usage. Teamwork, making the dream work. Baby. TSM Academy looking pretty good, putting up 5 on the board on not their map pick. So what the heck is up with that, my friend?
Goes to show, man. Map picks aren't everything. All these players have probably played countless games of scrims and hell, even ranked to an extent. They know exactly what they're doing on this map. And hey, it's enough to force C9 to actually take a tactical timeout. Good time for it. They still have a little bit of money left in reserve. They could get up Vandals, Phantoms, and half armor if they still wanted. And this probably also kind of marks a sort of change in their actual defensive approach, their structural vibe. You know, what's been going right for C9? Has it been the early aggression? They had a lot of good tools to work with there, right? C9, they had almost all of A control. There was Lear pushed up basically right towards A main themselves. Then they had Rebo. Excuse me, it wasn't Rebo. It was, oh my god, I'm forgetting names here. Giza. Just kind of peeking the angle, had the trade available. A was on lock. And the fact that they still got denied just by a single showstopper and, again, the utility to boot as well. I'm wondering if this means that we're actually going to be seeing a much more aggressive take. Something aggressive C-long, I think, would be fitting C9 very, very well. I don't know. I'm not the coach here.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense, though. I think they had a lot of good positioning. They just waited a tad too long to capitalize on the info that they had, especially in Garage, right? With that many people on C, you kind of want to collapse through into that gate, into that hallway rather of Garage, so that they can't funnel out into the site. Say the showstopper does get out, whatever, the rest of them into a death blender. Of course, that's not what we saw, and so maybe C9 Academy, their adaptation is to play a little more aggressive overall, and so with the fault line starting things off, it seems that may be the case, but there's no follow-up. C9 Academy happy to hold on here with 3 posted up on the B for a quick rotate made possible.
It's actually a fun read, too. I think TSM actually read into the fact that they were probably going to change their setup, and now they're going to take A, something they've kind of previously not even touched all too much. However, Nilly still remains. He is the defense here. He will find 3, not quite the 4th. Lear and Giza will snatch away any ace potential, but that is a dominant round from C9, and I think TSM are going to be a little bit scared to fight that again. And that wasn't even their full defensive setup.
That wasn't even me at my full power. Yeah, literally. That defense was clean. Nilly on fire yet again. KJ 9-3, whereas the rest of his teammates at 3 kills and 2 apiece. So leading the way, C9 Academy, life yet being breathed into this squad. And who knows, man, we might just see a 7-5 half, but here we go, C9 Academy building some momentum, finally.
Early spam from Lear, and I think JMO playing anti-flash angle. Oh.
Here.
Okay, so it isn't the C aggression. This is why I'm not paid to coach. I am curious how they'll continue to pivot their setups here. Have the dog as well going through Garage. JMO still holding on this angle. He's at account with the crossfire with him. Makes contact, and JMO will actually start pushing a little bit more aggressively. Good pivot there. Harmful goes down. And I also know that Harmful has been kind of flirting with the idea of walking up over towards mid, so it's a good move from him as well.
Illy in such a great spot here, finds one, but is not able to connect onto the second. It was just so overwhelming finding so many, and the Rolling Thunder is great. Connects onto all three members here. Giza with the concuss to follow it up is looking for another peek. Needs to stay alive. Great shots on the ZK, and that left-right action is what allows Giza to hit that shot in the middle of the strafes. Beautifully done, C9 Academy. 3 to TSM's 5.
Good read on the situation yet again, and now we're going to force out a timeout from TSM. They're incredibly destitute right now, don't have any money to speak of whatsoever, so whatever fancy strat you're going to see on a full gun round won't be happening here. Next that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. But again, the small moves from Cloud9 Academy have already been showing some promise. Again, it wasn't the C aggression. I still think that would be a fun idea to try changing up the pace, but it's actually been JMO in increasingly important positions, rather. Sitting on top of that double stack over B, that was neat. Still maintaining that same sort of A control that C9 have kind of led so far through this defensive half. TSM are left wondering, what's their next move? In the garage?
Yeah, man.
Back to B, who knows?
It's good stuff from C9 Academy, though, right? Taking the pace of the game into their own hands, finally. Their util usage has just gotten that much better through taking a little bit more aggressive spots. And really, their setups were great before, but they weren't acting on them. And now the action is there, combining, you know, like the whole picture is finally being drawn for C9 Academy. And we're seeing the team that we're so familiar with finally come into action. So great stuff overall. 2 rounds separate these two squads, and we're only in the first half. So this is beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Seems like TSM sending 4 players out towards C, 1 by Garage to maintain presence elsewhere. Thief sees it all, eats a hell of a lot of damage, but stays alive. That's what's most important at all. You can still ace on 1 HP. TSM are content with that. They'll take their damage, they'll back up. That can even be healed up by Lear as well. And that being said, they're on the other side of the map. Might be a little while before he gets topped up. Double stack over towards short. Just being read into. They have a flash at the ready. I think Lear's going to go for the pop combo here.
Yeah, he's getting ready for it. And this 1-2 punch is devastating if landed properly. JMO finds one. The swing is good. Finds a second.
Well.
Good stuff. Trying to send out the Trailblazer. The dogs aren't going to connect.
Yeah, you can't. You're being gravity welled off the angle. But it came in a little bit too late still, didn't it? Only able to find 1 for 2. Sure, JMO's down, but you're still down a player. We'll refocus.
See how they work this one. Yeah, TSM Academy working their way. 3 people up mid here. They're going to encounter an alarm bot and a molly in succession here. And so with the eye going out, the flash as well, the smokes cutting off the angles, both connectors obscured just momentarily. One was a fake, one was real as Rebo. 3-man swing across into the C connector. Beautifully done. And they're making their way onto the C side, and they're going to be able to get the plant here.
Wow. What a read as well. ZK staying the back of sight. Rebo, the hero undeniably of the round. How they managed to dissect that one. Something you must look back at. I mean,
beautiful.
So what? It was a thief swing off of his own flash. Wasn't expecting them all that close. He ran into 3 people. Okay, that sucks. I don't even think in a perfect world that Crossfire would have been able to dismantle all 3 immediately. Rebo was able to find both of those kills. He hogged them all to himself, man.
Yeah, and that really, that Astra fake smoke setup, setting up both the smokes, faking the plant, and then taking one back, but deploying the other smoke for real, like,
yeah,
that's kind of big brain. And they got the 3-man swing onto 2 people who weren't expecting it into C-Link. Beautifully done. TSM Academy, that was like a clapback if I've seen one for sure. C9A, I'm sure, reeling after that.
Exactly, man. TSM, I mean, both of these teams are just capable of some crazy things. Can't count either of them out. TSM have already posted a pretty confident attacking side thus far. Something we haven't really touched on as well, but the Astra on Haven as well, been loving it. Both close angles. Seems like they'll just be contacting up A for now. Don't think they're going to try to get all too crazy with it.
Not a bad idea. Of course, C9 Academy don't have enough information to completely rotate here, and so they're sending a smoke down deep C long to try and draw out something. But with all this util being used, of course, the rotates are coming out. Astral Wall blocking off both Heaven and CT. Great stuff from Lear. Catches the infiltration of Raze there and shuts it down. TSM Academy going for the spike plant as the defense's KJ lockdown goes down and then gets destroyed immediately.
Yeah, that's again, when you play against a breach, it can be incredibly hard to utilize it. Rolling Thunder still out. Rebo is forcing the space. Wow. He's all alone on a one-man mission. Jeez. He's able to find two. Shatters the retake effort. And I think with that, C9 just might give up, or else Rebo will take every single one. He's up for 4 here. He has been the hero, hasn't he? You don't usually know this man for fragging.
Util usage out of this world, finding 4 in a row, once a 5th, but opts to save the weapon. TSM Academy, 7 rounds to Cloud9's 3, and really just a fantastic take on the A site, unparalleled from C9 Academy.
Yeah. It was a little bit silly there. You saw the satchel up into Heaven. It didn't quite pan out, but all in all, just a very, very clean execute. Some of the adaptations that they had, right? Being able, Rebo, to deny that lockdown, shattered any effort from Nilly. Being able to shut out Sim, basically the only thing C9 had going for them.
Stuff, man. TSM Academy are looking so good, though. You gotta give it to them. Looking like a completely different team than the first map. And just keeping their wits about them, which is the most respectable thing. Even in these intense rounds, making those mid-round shot calls and setting up some nuts plays. So, love to see it. Let's see how C9 Academy responds, though. Can they take it to a 7-5 half? Will they be trapped in the 9-3 curse? We'll see. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock for this round.
I love this setup from C9 Academy thus far, though. Having 3 people push down mid, contacting up JMO. Has a getaway plan, I believe. Should have a getaway plan. Yeah, smoke down. I think that's spike that he dropped as well, so that's going to make this push from C9 Academy all the more worthwhile.
Look at that 1-2 punch, though, across the map. C9 Academy, Lear pushes up through the window as soon as JMO creates a diversion, finds one, and C9 have 3 waiting outside of mid.
Yeah, they're so quick, man. It's that map control really just coming into play in these mid to late rounds. Again, it's the theme of the day, man. Let's have a person under window. That's still being Lear, mind you. Well-timed flash here.
Gotta check the corners. Armful returns. Good stuff. It's still doable. TSM Academy are in a 2v3 with the flash there. He turns it and gets the advantage, gets the angle. It's a 2
double stun.
There we go. JMO from across the country finds one onto Harmful and ZK in a 1v3. 14 seconds left on the clock. Spike tapped. Not even tapped. 1 tap. There we go. Trying to draw them out onto the site. Nilly watching the right side. JMO closing the gap. ZK finds 1. Beef claps back. C9 Academy 4 rounds to TSM 7.
Gonna be heading into the last round of the half as well. Operator. Thank you. So then op brought over to JMO's hands as well. And I think we'll actually have one last glimpse of what C9 really wanted to do. I don't think they brought out the operator all too much on their defensive end as a whole, haven't they? There was that 1 round, got shut out entirely. A has been all but closed for business, and yeah, last time we were here, JMO also had it over towards the top of C. Last chance for TSM Academy. On this half.
See. Yeah, C9 Academy, they're I like what they're doing. They're obviously opting for a more C-heavy push, for a C-heavy defense, but
unlucky
Harmful,
timing.
though, finds the opening anyways. Yeah, really unlucky. Goes down, and TSM Academy with an opportunity here. They're pushing up Garage in this moment, and at the same time, they've got presence coming out along. Thief, good with the paranoia, but at the close range, ZK can still see ya, and it's equalized immediately by Nilly. And now it's a 2-on-2. TSM Academy versus C9 as the spike carrier goes down. C9 on the defense. We've got Rebo surrounded. Rebo, what does he do here? He needs to go pick up the spike. He's got a concussion, a fault line still in hand. Spots one out, C long, knows one's around grass, knows that there's nobody on the C site. He's gonna run now onto the site, pick up the spike, dodge the fault line.
He knows
he's
they're
got
both
40
there.
seconds. He might just go. He might just dip all the way to A.
He certainly could. Okay.
Whoa.
He has some second thoughts. You go for a plant here. Now, 24 seconds still he has a fault line. He's going to have to rely on some gunplay here. Ain't your child's game anymore.
I like
completely off. And now he can rotate around. He has Rolling Thunder.
He's got the Rolling Thunder, baby. And, of course, he's being chased, though. Lear is pretty quick on this push. And, of course, Rebo, hearing that bird, knows he's being chased. He's going to keep walking. Beautifully done. Lear, now on the hunt, needs to go tap the spike to make something happen. Knows he has the Rolling Thunder. And he's just trying to bait it out at this point.
Last round and a half. No reason not to use it. Pop that thing, man.
Not to.
Rebo's
Time is
off.
ticking. Yeah, Lear's concussed backside, and that's going to be it. Yep, like he's mentioned, Rebo, good with the fault line there, finds the shot. Beautifully done. TSM, 8-4 over Cloud9 in the first half.
I love how you could see the neurons connecting, and you could see exactly what his plan was. He originally thought, okay, maybe I'll run towards A, and then he saw him double back, look, pause for a second, get that spike down. Then he navigated the map so perfectly. When it's planted that direction, you're expecting them to play C-Link, but no. He comes from A-Link, catches one off angle, and of course, as you saw from there, wrapped all the way around, used his util to win. Hey, I thought it was going to be a full gunplay moment, but he played it perfectly.
He played it perfectly, and the key thing I want to point out here, too, is that what Rebo did, which was key in stopping on B, he stopped there because he knows, right? He has the info. One's grass, one's C long. If I go B and I stop, they're gonna come through main. They're not gonna double back C, and they're not gonna go all the way to A. They're gonna come B main, giving him the opportunity to wrap all the way around. Just, you know, like you said, we saw his neurons flashing and connecting. It's a 5-on-5. We're in the second half. Util's being used, and there's a lot of presence on this B site from C9 Academy, but ultimately that aftershock is going to push them back.
Push them back for now, and Harmful has a very cheeky angle here. He won't even get one. Unfortunately, that flash and the play behind it was just too much to overcome. Caught with his pants down will be Giza. Doesn't get the kill, but it's traded out. All of Rebo's efforts now done for the round. And TSM find themselves a player short. Oh, but Nilly has such a big play here. The classic shots don't connect. Once again, the trades is unfavorable for TSM.
Hate to see it. Spike has been planted, though. C9 Academy playing this post plant well. They're getting aggressive here into CT. Lear takes a ton of damage, but Thief able to stick to Paranoia, sending venturing backwards into the window. And with the Prowler in hand, he's not going to find anything. And now in 1v3, he really doesn't have much choice but to try and send it and see what happens. Finds a headshot, but C9 Academy find a pistol round in the second half.
Well played by them, just a small little micro thing, but loving how C9 are just making sure to high-low, triple high-low there. They knew exactly where he was coming from because of the footsteps. That's how you play a 3v1. You don't throw it. Even though he got his first kill, hit a couple of bangers. Too much to overcome. I think this round will be very much of the same, kind of one-sided. I can't imagine they're going to let this one slip by C9. Going to very likely, I should say, yourselves on a 6-8 scoreline. But let's not, go ahead and call it. Don't put the cart before the horse. A quiet start for C9. I mean, they haven't even left spawn.
Time to hunt.
C9 Academy. They haven't left spawn. TSM, though, getting
adventurous.
Yeah, adventurous. Down C long, they're taking a lot of space, and this is something that we had talked about C9 doing. TSM just echoing all the same, and of course, Haven is good for that. It's a giant freaking map, so use it to your advantage. And now TSM doing exactly that. They're on the second round here, meaning TSM working with like nothing. C9 Academy have buys, they have Spectres. TSM, they want to get close range. That's why you see them closing in on the flank here. So if they can get close range, maybe they can make something happen. But C9 Academy gets the plant down, and time is ticking.
I mean, I think we literally just saw this exact thing happen in the first half. I'm going to give the old college try. Illy has a good chance to farm for a couple of ults. He gets his 2, JMO. Gets his 1, yeah. I mean, really nothing you can write home about. The firepower just isn't on their side. As much as Harmful tries to force it, it won't happen. C9, they move up to 6. Keep things competitive versus TSM. This third round means everything, though. It's something we've been echoing for the entire game, the entire day thus far. Full gun round. Sure, a couple of Spectres on the C9 side, but still, the heaviest firepower we have seen so far.
Here.
That's their move.
Good stuff.
It's been hard to read C9 Academy in these early rounds.
It really has. And C9 Academy, while they've been teetering on the brink, it feels like the entire game, have finally put themselves in a place where perhaps they will take the lead. C9 Academy working on a bonus round this time around. Spectres galore. They're looking for a pick, maybe something fast, as TSM Academy have them outclassed on range and firepower. So how do they play this and how they use their util is going to be key to watch.
Flirting with the idea of pushing down C long. Keep an eye on that. Oh, 2, maybe even a 3rd coming the direction of Sim. They don't exactly have a getaway plan here. They're pushed past any smokes. This is a big, big moment for Sim. If this dog clears them out, you're going to need to see a very quick response from ZK. It does spot him out.
He wasn't expecting it. Does the double take. Sim in a weird spot, gets concussed. Aftershock is there as well. And Thief on the follow-up. Beautifully done.
Punishing it. ZK couldn't smoke in time for his teammate. Now they need to win a couple of fights. ZK's still alive. He's still alive, and he's holding the back of sight. He gets 2, but he doesn't get the 3rd. That could have gone horribly wrong. No, it won't.
Horribly wrong. Rebo's in a great spot, though, and HP could work out for him. I don't know if they're expecting him C long. The lineup might be happening. Headshots
Wait a second.
found. 2 flashes and an Aftershock and a Dream. He spotted one out just on the spike, but he's behind the boxes. Here we go. Aftershock now clearing back platform. Spots out nobody. 2 flashes in hand. How does he play this? He's got a fault line in 5 seconds as well. It gets concussed. He's back into the cubby. No big deal. He's chilling. He's chilling. We're all chilling. Fault line out.
Upper angle, man.
Expecting the flash. Not expecting the top angle, and Thief dunks on him from above. Beautifully done. C9 Academy making a 1-round game, dude.
Scary for a second. You can tell that they were not at all prepped for the quick push long from Rebo, but they dealt with it well. Sure, they conceded 1 kill. That's never happy, or that's never fun, but they have to be happy with how they finished that one out. TSM, like you mentioned, C9 nipping at their heels.
Dude, oh god, I have so much anxiety about it too, because C9 Academy, man, they were down 8-4. TSM, they've got to be molding just a little bit, you know what I mean? Of course, I hate to use that term because it sounds unprofessional, but at the same time, there's nothing better to describe the emotion that comes from this experience here. So TSM Academy now doubling up on a long, finding one.
Angle.
What an angle, just a pixel. But traded out by JMO, and now Sim in a tough spot. Overheating. That is the definition right there.
I think they just weren't expecting more, right? I think they're expecting a bog standard default at that point. They're hoping they could have taken the space, gotten the gun, and gotten out of there. Just a bad read on the situation. Happens to the best of us. And hey, TSM, they had not a huge chance of winning it regardless, so maybe they can get a couple of more kills. Rebo's in a cheeky position. We saw ZK flourish. He can do it again.
He can do it again. Rebo is tucked in the platform. They haven't cleared him yet. They haven't even peeked him yet. Lear, first victim. Trigger discipline. Oh god, they're right next to each other. Lear's not even looking. Oh my goodness, Rebo. Oh, just taking a good old look at you, boy. From the back of sight, though, the concussion will connect, clear out just that little bit of cover, hopefully allowing Rebo to get the gun. Yeah, Giza on default, though, good for 2. And now Rebo from back sight in a 1v3. He's full blind, seeing God, but also delivering the sentence. 1v2 now. Rolling Thunder available as the lockdown is available as well. C9 Academy, how do they play this? Rolling Thunder going out now. Rebo pushes, finds one. The concuss is still good. Oh, he's not able to find the shots. Nilly ties it up. C9 Academy, we're at 8-8.
Dude, incredibly close towards the end. I don't even think Rebo had that if he got the Rolling Thunder and both kills there. And hey, that right there, that's why people don't like Breach. He can still kill during his ult. Not completely unstoppable.
Yes. It's
Rebo,
so tough, man.
God, he has been giving it the old college try this map, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has.
Tools to work with for C9 as well. There's a lockdown that you're mentioning. I think my eyes are actually going to be on how Nilly treats this round. Also the top performer for his team, but I think a lot of this round is going to be structured around that final destination, around that lockdown. Speaking of ultimates, like got harmful. He's pushed up through garage, doesn't spot anything, but this is some very, very vital information. He's still staying posted on this angle, and I want to see TSM adjust around this. Yep, there you have it. Bringing a player over. Rebo has now joined the fun on A.
Keeping them corralled. Harmful in a great spot.
They have a flash?
Can he provide the value, though?
So close.
So close. 8-8. There's a minute left on the clock. Harmful in a great spot. Can he find the shot?
Oh,
but the timing!
no,
No! I hate everything. I hate it all. Oh.
It could still work.
It could still work, but Harmful is just holding. And in this moment, they're taking space up grass. They're taking up space. See Long and Harmful spotted out. Has his TP. So it isn't all cast just yet.
Push up
but
B,
knowing
push up
that
B.
the operators there, yeah, it looks like C9 Academy have worked their way up B. Past that trip due to the smoke. And Nilly, in a spot never expected, Venture will go down as Nilly through into CT, continues his reign of terror as he goes into heaven, and the rest of C9 Academy work their way up onto the A site.
Sim could still be lethal here. Nilly needs to win this fight. He doesn't. That's okay. C9, they stay even in this situation. My eyes are all going to be on Lear. It looks like Shelton agrees with us. He has such a massive role to play in this situation. No flashes, mind you. That's going to make some of these initial 1v1s incredibly difficult, but they have a crossfire set up. They're going to flush him out at least. Jamel gets a very important first vital frag. The crossfire still remains, though. Beef, they're trying to clear him out. Lear's fully blind. They have no idea. They have no idea at all, and C9 will be able to win it. Gotta check your corners, son. Holy. God. Lear just got Valoranted too. He ate so many flashes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and yet he still got his one. That crossfire alone was the reason I have to say, one of the biggest reasons they won the round. Sure, JMO also got 2 from his position, cannot be understated, but it's so difficult to get past that sort of the wall of bullets that you've made there. Played it very well at C9 Academy. It was a great attempt from TSM. Don't take anything away from them.
Right.
Man, just a little bit better.
Just a little bit better. Holy, like you're saying, Lear rather, just seeing God from his own teammate's flash. And, we're seeing it on the screen. We see 2 of the enemy just walk by him and we're screaming. We're thinking it's going to go TSM's way. But C9 Academy maintain their composure, keep the ice in their veins, find the round, and take the lead finally. Like, I cannot believe it. TSM, good call to take the time out there.
Right.
Because if we were screaming, I can't imagine what the players must have been experiencing, dude.
The mental must be crushed. But again, it was genuinely a very good attempt from TSM. Just check that right corner in the round. Maybe completely different than what it ended up being. They dealt with it, basically all the issues.
Coming back.
Except for that one. TSM, like you mentioned, also officially down as of now. Quick alarm bot up over towards outside A main. As well as a turret. This is actually really interesting to see how Nilly handles his setup on attack.
Yeah,
I would imagine you see him anchoring in this position as well. Is Garage could be their next boon to take. A smoke inside. I think that's Lear set up right outside. Has a Trailblazer.
Oh my god, TSM Academy though. Pushed up C long.
Oh my god, right!
Huge.
There's no way JMO expects that.
Yeah, they found one. They have Spike down. They're going to take the fight to him. Flash is coming out. Turned. No big deal. Rebo finds one. Close range. Sim finds a third.
They get away with perfect. Oh, absolutely perfect. Again, that C aggression, man. I feel vindicated. And it finally has come to fruition. It's Giza against 5. There's almost no way he pulls this one off, and TSM will make it so. They're right back into this game. How in the hell did we get here? A 9 flawless Thrifty. I mean, still only 1 blemish. You'll happily take a blemish here when you had such a low investment. But yeah, like you mentioned, the triple push down C. How no one on C9 managed to snuff that out before it was too late, before JMO is already in his grave, is a question that still baffles us all to this day. Take a look at what the immediate adjustment from C9 will be, though, right? What do they change over towards C to make sure that does not happen again? like they're going to be keeping Giza.
Good flashes. Or satchels. I don't know what I'm talking about. Flashes. Sorry, my brain just crossed wires for a moment there. No big deal as C9 Academy now. Presence in middle yet again. They're not going to let that happen. You see, they've got the breach posted up C long. They're like, bro. And
he's just waiting.
They've got the alarm outside of A long as well, just in case they get a little cheeky.
This is what they want to try.
Right.
Is that alarm bot actually in range? I think, yeah, Nilly is not in range for it. That, theoretically, could come back to bite them. You see the downside of KJ right here. Oh, they're going to be recalling both of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lockdown out. Not going to be able to get excuse me, from the aftershock too. This is staying fully in fruition. Harmful is going to be able to TP out just in time. No peaks in the meantime. And yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are just going to be able to take sight off of it, get that plant down. 2 people completely and totally out of commission. Venture tries to take Garage by himself, but he has a long way to go before this round becomes doable for TSM.
Yeah, absolutely. C9 Academy with just like a really nice take. There's nothing else to it, you know, just clean, methodical approach to this round. And C9 Academy, they get it, you know, just drawing so much attention with the KJ util A long, even recalling it there gave TSM Academy moment to think about. Do I flank? Do I not? Right, and wasting so much time there, C9 Academy took that opportunity to push on a C, get the kills that they needed, and go set up the post plan. So great stuff, C9 Academy taking back the lead yet again. They're not going to let go of this one, man.
They opt not to get the operator there as well, I think is worth mentioning. You can see it in how JMO plays every round. Would have been the most likely candidate for it, right? Completely and totally avoiding it for now. Venture will go on half armor, as well as a Bulldog. And yeah, I mean, again, the immediate adjustment from C9 is great there. TSM, there's no way they're going to get away with that shenanigans over towards C long. But hey, if you look at it, C9 is actually, or excuse me, C long is actually unoccupied as of now. They'll send Thief to take care of the issue, clear the blemish for now. Harmful's op has now been spotted over towards B, sitting at the top. I can't imagine they contest it.
Taking it slow, but C9 Academy switching it up for just a moment. 3 quick pushes. Yep, up and A long. Rolling Thunder coming out just to cut it off. Beautifully done. Slows it down a lot, giving TSM Academy just moments of time and an opportunity here to potentially rotate over to the A site.
Here's Lading inside the smoke. They can sit on this presence. Totally fine by them. Oh my god, they don't expect him in this position. They'll flash it out. I don't think his gun barrel peaks. Clear. He almost gets a little bit crazy with it. If it weren't for Venture looking his direction, he would have definitely tried to trigger Discipline both, but he doesn't. He gets his one, and the entry comes up towards C. Nilly, the entry KJ, will push C9 almost certainly up to 11. As it's Rebo, it'd have to do it alone. Talk about a slow burn of a round, man. Keeping all your pieces of the puzzle sitting inside of C long and A long respectively. It all comes together.
It's coming together indeed. C9 Academy really not letting TSM get the better of them. Not in this round, not in the first dominant half for TSM. C9 keeping their wits about them, keeping their strats about them, and Nilly keeping his cool, finding the headshots when he needs to most. Like you mentioned, the entry KJ, C9 Academy, they just look so good. And Nilly 22-12 on this KJ, making an argument for this character even in the face of a breach, denying pretty much all the lockdowns.
I mean, KJ, man, underrated, underutilized. He might be annoying to play sometimes, but has that potential. Again, I've been loving his attack side defaults. Let's think about TSM as well. I mean, how are they feeling right now? They're facing down the barrel of being eliminated. Almost certainly going to be 12 for C9 unless they fumble the bag almost massively here. They're up against an eco. TSM, they've had some scary thrifties. We saw so in the last series. Yeah, just
C9 Academy. Yeah, they find it completely barren. TSM playing a retake situation, sending 2 already into garage window. They've got 1 in CT. 2 in Garage, 2 in CT, and 1 opting for C-Long. Of course, Nilly keen to it already. He's waiting.
What a rat.
On this push. Oh, spotted out by Rebo. Couple of shots coming through. Any support for Rebo? Doesn't look like it won't be there. Yeah, Rebo's just trying to be a nuisance here as Lear creating some presence. Looks like the crossfire is good for Rebo in Garage as he finds one. Giza returns. ZK shoots back to 3-on-3, which is devastating considering TSM Academy are on an eco here. Thief stuck in a tough spot. Harmful picking up a Phantom. It's a 2-on-2. Time is ticking.
Oh, this is perfect. They'll act as their contact. Of course they don't pull it off. Of course they don't pull it off. I said in theory this should be an easy round from them, but although they're given the site in the 5v5 retake, they're able to win it, and TSM keep us just about knotted up. Now the money. Still gonna be totally fine for C9, but let's talk about what just happened there. I can see the baffled look on your face, and I'm having it in my mind right now.
I'm so mad.
Was it the late Garage lurk that they weren't expecting? I think they were expecting like Rebo to go towards C-Long and path in that direction because he just got a free kill, it looked like, over towards Garage. And there it went downhill.
It was a great crossfire, and then from there, they just kept on peeking from the side of C9 Academy, right? They had the setup, they had Timmy the turret, they were all ready, but instead of letting Timmy do his work and letting the util do the work, they peek preemptively off the back of it and give up those kills. So really unfortunate round, of course, a series of truly unfortunate events, but here we are, TSM Academy, 1 round differential separating them from C9, and C9 just 2 rounds away from taking the game, taking the match. TSM 3 rounds away from staying in this tournament and taking us to a map 3.
Sitting at the top of B. Nightfall, I believe that spotted 3. Might have actually just been the 2 towards short.
And it looks like they're slowing it down some more. C9 Academy making TSM think that they may have rotated off, and this short presence is going undetected. This is the devastating part. It's Venture. Great shots there. Finds one in a lobby. Lear making his way up short. TSM Academy, this is beautiful. They're ready for a retake here. They're not going to let C9 have anything as C9 smokes onto the site, and they get on and are looking for a spike plant.
Oh, Sim, he's pushing out. No, the rocket just barely misses. That's so unfortunate. Enter an incredibly awkward state of affairs right now. Now, usually when you're down a player, you're going to want to push for an advantage. But they're in the unique opportunity right now, C9 Academy, where they can actually get away. If they establish these crossfires once more, they actually have a good chance of doing this. Lear will be able to stay stuck in his position. And once again, I look to him as being probably the bearer of bad news. TSM, they need to be able to clear this out. Once again, they don't check the angle. Fights going optimistically the way of TSM, though. They just barely eke it out. But talk about just skin of their teeth, man. Ah!
Holy man, I don't know what's happening. Oh gosh, it's so back and forth. Yeah, and you know what looked like a beautiful retake from TSM Academy off the back of the showstopper to start things off quickly deteriorated, and C9 Academy were almost able to take it back. However, TSM kept their composure yet again, went all the way down to the last member, and it's 11-11. I'm scared. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. This is exactly the sort of match that I was hoping be delivered. Didn't exactly see it on Icebox, but Haven has proved to be just exactly what the doctor ordered. That retake, yeah, it was something beautiful. Again, it was a 4v5, but you can tell, even though they were down a player, they still had a damn good shot at making that go in their favor because of those trades. But TSM beat them to the punch. Eventually, that number ended up being the reason they won the round and the reason this map is still going. Rebo stuck in the back of B-bomb site. Forced to stay alive. He can't deny the spike. We're entering another 5v5 retake. Good luck with this one. I mean, a pain. A pain.
TSM Academy, they're working with an Astral Wall. They're working with a Tour de Force. Yet both have yet to be activated. Let's take a closer look at this one. TSM Academy setting 2 up on both links. Of course, Nilly playing the close range with the Phantom. This is the range. We always see this guy, and he's good for 2 on the site, and it's a 3v4 for TSM Academy. And it's just like that. It's equalized, man, off a great Headhunter shot, off a great Vandal shot. 3 on 3. Playing the Astral Wall. Thief pops out. Giza finds a second. And now Venture left in a 1v2. He's running and gunning, but he's not going to connect. And C9 Academy with a quick, cheeky plant onto the B site. Find round number 12, TSM Academy. Match point, map point, game point. It all rides on this right here. Do C9 Academy win this 2-0, propel themselves into the semis? Will TSM take us to map 3? And we've got a timeout. Oh, we're extending this anxiety. Oh, I'm so scared. What do you think is going to happen?
Man, I think now C9 shouldn't be laying off the brakes at all. I think they keep up the same pace that they've been bringing thus far. There's another 5v5 retake that they posted. But they managed to exploit Garage so well. Thief coming up at just the right position, or just the right time, excuse me. I think he only got one? No, I think he actually did find two from that, from the angle where he was playing outside C-Link. But it was just enough. I mean, it was an incredibly difficult situation that they had on their hands. They're going up against an Astral Wall, or excuse me, a Cosmic Divide. And yet still they're able to come out superior. They didn't have any post-plant utility, anything like that. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if we see C9 run the same exact strategy. It'll be more difficult this time for TSM to take advantage of and even have a chance of winning. They don't have that Cosmic Divide to kind of crutch on anymore. They can't divide the fight. We'll have to see. Maybe they have a completely different approach to it. C9 have posted one hell of an attack side so far. Look at this. 8-3 so far. Excuse me, 9. Wait, can I read right? Yeah, 8-3. I'm correct. Counting. Never do it on a broadcast. I learned that one from twice.
Harmful now. Aggressive into short. Spotted out by the dog.
You can't peek this. Yeah, no one's going to peek this.
It. Yeah, good moves from both sides. I like the smoke. I like Harmful leaving. Not a bad idea. Here we go. 5-on-5. Seekers deployed. What do they find? Off the back of the Seekers info, they know one active in short, one on default. The flash is good, and the push is coming out. He flashes himself. Rebo, that's tough, and the Paranoid connects for the backup. Lear and JMO connect for 2. C9 Academy in a 5v3. They're going to go for a spike plant.
That was so well played. I mean, you can see the lack of fear on Lear. That is something that you cannot get in your standard games. That is a trusted member of the team of C9 to be able to get away with something like that. Rolling Thunder in. We ain't done yet. There's still a good chance that TSM could just maybe bring us to OT. Give themselves still a chance.
Maybe. Yeah, time is taking those sim. Now they're paranoid about graffiti. They're never going to go another day without checking it again, but they pay for it. Nilly snaps the neck on the way out and finds the finishing blow as C9 Academy again finish out the game and take it 2-0 to propel themselves into the semifinals. Beautifully done, Ito.
Oi, I mean, talk about the sort of comeback that they need to make as well. It's looking really scary for the first couple of rounds there. TSM, I mean, through the thick and thin of it, though, they had a real good chance at being able to force us onto 3. And, you know, I mean, you can kind of write off Icebox, though. It's not exactly their map. But I think there's a lot that TSM can take away from this. Once again, I mean, they're competing in basically every single NSG Open. I hope to see them next week. They have a lot to prove. They have a lot to offer. And they're always a treat to watch.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see the standings for the rest of the tournament. The Valorant Open numero 13. I couldn't remember the Spanish word for 13, so I just went English. But, of course, let's take a look at the results.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Desi Tres, I don't know. I was just trying to use my Spanish 2 skills from when I was in high school. Yeah, it looks like the Cosmic Divide Maidenless game is already over. Really, nothing is surprising to me just yet. I would imagine Lenny Time and Nearest Airport just started. They're still on their first map. Who knows? But again, that Dark Zero Virtuoso game, it is crazy to have it happen seemingly so early. I know it's quarterfinals, but man, those are 2 teams that I think could easily win this entire event, and they're facing off against each other in the round of 8. So
absolutely.
Beautiful games.
Great stuff. Yeah, nonetheless, throughout the day, of course, moving to the semifinals, we've got Cosmic Divide and C9 Academy. And of course, we'll keep you posted. Make sure you follow Nerd Street Valorant on Twitter so you get all the updates and all the latest stuff on all the tournaments happening. Of course, with that said, let's shout out our sponsors once again for making this possible. I believe we are shouting out Metafy for making you the best gamer that you can. Yeah, that you can be. Let's talk about that because little did you know, I bet, that gamers around the world every day, they're becoming better, faster, and stronger.
I played
after just a couple of sessions on Metafy. Yeah, You play ranked, you want to get better, you want to be like the guys you see on C9 Academy, get on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. Book a live session right now. Head on over to metafy.gg/nerdstreet and use code STREET20 for 20% off. Tell them we sent you. I don't know if that'll do anything else, but of course, guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. That pretty much does it for us. Tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same place, 6 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/nerdstreet with the semifinals and the grand finals, 2 back-to-back best of 3s, chock full of action yet again. Ito, thank you for casting with me today. Any last words before we head out?
Nothing at all. Just glad that I was able to fill in, and I'm glad we were able to watch TSM. I love the team, and I hope to see you guys back next week.
Indeed. Shout out to everyone competing today and everybody watching. You're the only reason this is possible. So come back again tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll be waiting, and it's going to be exciting if today's matches were of any indicator at all. So that said, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that. Hunter Fury used. It's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my gosh!
Two, make it three. Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed.
Oh.
The strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.